Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order. And invocation today will be by Pastor Chuck Goodwin of the Fish for Life Ministries. Then the Pledge of Allegiance will be given for the United States flag and the Texas flag lead us by Gilbert Hernandez. Gilbert, Director of Municipal Court. So if you would, Pastor. Thank you, sir.
Please join me. Lord, we're very grateful as you've continued to bless our city. You've protected us. You've given us great leaders to rule over us. And I just lift each up today and their families, the city council, the city manager, the mayor, city secretary, and Miss Paulette. Thank you, Lord, for wisdom. And please bless each one of these with prosperity and good health, and above all, wisdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate that, Ms. Huerta. If you'll call the roll.
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera. Here. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right, well, today is our second of a project that we started last month, and our third Tuesday presentations, and that is to recognize an organization that has made significant impact or will make significant impact in our community that sometimes people they hear some about, but they don't know a lot of information about it. And so today, this is a new facility that we're all looking forward to. We've seen a lot of news about it, but I thought to get someone to come down and give us an overview of what their impact is going to be in the community and in the region. And so Mr. Paul Guilfoyle with Gulf Coast Ventures Project is going to come and give us an overview of that. And this will give the public a chance to see more than just a news clip or a newspaper article about Gulf Coast Growth Ventures. We're glad you're here and appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here, Council, on your new series, Third Tuesday. So that's great. Ms. Tammy was talking a little bit about that for us. So happy to be here. I know, as always, your agenda is packed full of things to do. So we're going to try and keep this a little tight. But certainly, if there are any questions at the end, we'd be happy to take those. First, I just want to talk a little bit about a project. I know you know it. I only have one slide, and this is it. This is a joint venture between ExxonMobil and a company called SABIC. SABIC is a company, Saudi Arabia Basic Industries Corporation. We have been a partner with SABIC for decades. All of our ventures have been in the kingdom, and this is the first one that we're doing here in the United States. It is essentially monetizing the Permian Basin. It's part of the collective value chain that comes out of drilling in the Permian and hydraulic fracturing. We're taking one stream of that called ethane, and we're turning it into downstream products for export around the world. These are very large facilities, world-scale facilities. This will be the largest single-train ethylene plant that's ever been built, and two of our high-performance polyethylene lines and a monoethylene glycol facility, the biggest in the world. And although it's a venture, we are the operator. So the SABIC tends to be the operator in our ventures in the kingdom, and for this one in the United States, ExxonMobil will be the operator. I always like this picture because it's amazing how artists can make a shell rig look pretty. So. We had a very busy year in 2019. Primarily, the big event that happened was getting all of our commercial agreements, including those with the city, and our permit to start construction, which we got in June. So as you know, that was a contested permit. We were expecting that, so it didn't hurt our schedule at all. We basically had all that in our plan and got it in the month that we were expecting. We also have a smaller permit down near the water where we're going to be bringing in our equipment, and we'll also have a small terminal operation there. We got that permit in November. Several of you were able to join us for our groundbreaking ceremony in September, which we think was a great event, where we showcased the start of our construction. And we're still on schedule for our startup, which is by 2022. I wanted to share a little bit with you. We have some great partners on this venture. ExxonMobil doesn't actually build construction projects, but we hire good contractors to do that for us. Here's a list of those that will be working. And because this is such a large facility, it's actually broken up into a couple of different chunks. I won't read all their names to you, but you should recognize some of the names. Certainly large Texas-based companies, many of them, including Kiewit, who's got a very big local presence, as does Turner. And you should see a hiring office open. So towards the end of last year, they all opened hiring offices, and I know they've been very active taking new employees into their organization. I also wanted to mention a couple of contractors or partners that you may not be familiar with that are coming to the area, and that is Savage. Savage is going to be doing our rail logistics facility, terminaling and rail car management, and Vopak will be running the liquids terminal down by the water. And so I know both of these companies are starting to build a presence here, and will be hiring shortly, if they haven't already started. We do lots of videos, we do lots of drones. This is actually my favorite picture. This is taken from seat 6A of United flight from Houston. We can't fly drones this high for obvious reasons, but I like this picture even though it's a little blurry because it gives you an overall view of the entire facility, both the site where we're building the operating plant and then down at the water. So if you look at that picture, the big square is the site itself. You can see the shape of the site starting to take place. We have started bringing in facilities. We are landing those facilities down at the dock. That's the small area at the top of the page, and you can see the blue line, which represents our heavy haul road, which is how we get the equipment that's landed onto our property, and it comes down that heavy haul road, which is essentially on port property, right to the entrance of our facility. We have two road crossings, one at 181 and one at Wildcat. And we've been managing that through movements of these modules at night, after midnight, and our commitment is to get the road back open before commuter traffic starts at 5 o'clock in the morning. So far, we brought in several modules. We started back around Thanksgiving with a couple of boilers from Italy. We've been bringing in other equipment since then on several deliveries, and so far that road closure has gone very well, and we haven't received any complaints. The inset there is a picture of our admin building. This is actually already a month or two old. I think they got all the windows on it now and are essentially starting to work on the inside of that building. And this is important because this is when our employees will really move to the site en masse. And so we're expecting that building to be completed around the middle of the year, and then our employees will start moving in. In fact, we're running this week a relocation fair for those employees to start thinking about that transition from the Houston area down here. I like this picture too, some of our smiling faces of folks that we've hired. We are going to be having about 600 jobs in total. About 400 of those are employees and 200 are long-term contract positions through maintenance contracts, that type of thing. We have hired basically 3/4 of those folks. We've got about 300 on the rolls already, and expecting the rest of those by the end of the year and the first quarter of next year. About 150 of those have been local residents, and we feel very, very good about the quality and the folks that we've hired out of the local communities. We hired them and then immediately moved them to Houston to do training in our plants in the Houston, Beaumont, and Mont Belvieu areas, and they will be part of the contingent that'll be moving back here, and I know they're all very excited about coming home. I do like to talk a little bit about our community outreach. This is something we call the Good Neighbor Program. It's basically got 4 pillars there: health and safety, education and workforce, environmental stewardship, and quality of life. I won't go through all the individual activities we go here. I've listed a few under each of the categories. You'll see lots of great organizations in this area, several in the Corpus Christi area, Nueces County area, organizations that we support, feel very proud of supporting, and will continue to do so. Something a little different. It's not part of our normal engagement with the community, but there was a large interest from the community around quality of air and air monitoring. I know this side of the bay does a lot of air monitoring. There was a belief that there wasn't much on the north side. And so we agreed to do 2 community air monitors at local schools. We actually found out that Cheniere also agreed to do one, and so we've gotten together with Cheniere to put together kind of an integrated offering where those monitors will be put in place and will be managed through a common website that will be administered by the University of Texas to create independence in the data and confidence in the public about that data. And we're pretty excited about that. I think all 3 of these monitors are now up and running, and we're working on that website interface, and we'll start putting the information out to the public shortly. And something I'm particularly proud of, about, I think it was fourth quarter of last year, we made an announcement that we were going to, the ExxonMobil Foundation was going to provide a $2 million grant to the aquarium for their wildlife rescue center. We're really excited about what Tom Schmidt and his team have visioned for this facility and integration of that facility into the aquarium campus there. And we're just really excited about the opportunity to provide kind of the starting seed money to get that project going. In terms of this year, last year was extremely busy. This year's going to be busier. We'll continue to be delivering equipment and modules through this year and into the first and second quarter of next year. We are ramping up construction with the permit. I think we're in the 2,500 to 3,000 range now. We're going to start construction on that terminal down by the water. And then, as I mentioned, our manufacturing team will be coming here about the middle of the year, and you'll start to see a lot more ExxonMobil faces and badges and that type of thing running around. So we're very excited about that. So that's really all I had in mind for today. Hopefully that was what you mean by third Tuesday. I don't know. Since we're number 2, I'm not exactly sure we were fitting the bill, but I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments that you might have.
No, I just thought we've got a lot of good organizations, companies, and others that do great things in the community, and very seldom, other than just a news story about them, do they get a chance to tell their story at a public forum. And I mean, this is great news. It looks at the number of the jobs that are going to be created. I don't know percentage-wise how many of those will live actually in Corpus Christi versus in the surrounding communities. I would think initially a substantial number of them will live in Corpus Christi. Others may, live out in other communities in the region. But I think it drives home the fact that we're all in this together.
One team.
And the regional scope is really, holding hands, working together. We can find some jobs for people, expand our economy, and really grow for the future. So
There was one on one of our slides I didn't talk about a lot. We do have a local business outreach initiative where we provide, we basically have solicited from local businesses, people who are interested in supporting the project. We vet those, and then we provide those to our contractors. We were looking at that numbers. It's getting close to like $300 million worth of local business services being provided to the venture so far, which we're pretty proud of too.
And I'm thinking, my memory, I didn't write it down, but I think when you were talking the number of jobs, and then you didn't mention, I don't think, the type of salaries they're looking at for these people. I think remember the number somewhere around 90,000.
It's about 90,000 on average, yeah.
I mean, that's a substantial salary for folks.
Yeah, and these are very technical jobs. They require a lot of training, and we compensate them appropriately.
So we're looking forward to you getting up and running, and we appreciate you taking time to come and share with us.
Thank you for that.
Any comments from the council, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, thank you for coming. You know, I went to the port meeting this morning, and there was some concerns by the residents of Portland with Valspina. Now, I appreciate in your presentation you had air monitors going up, and that's something that, but I'd also make sure you stay close to them as well as to the port in terms of addressing any kind of issues that come up, or at least getting out in front of it. Since you're over in San Patricio, you know, you're not going to affect us as much, but I know those individuals out there, and I have concern for them as well.
Yep, thank you, we'll do
Okay,
that.
thank you.
All right, well, thank you very
All right,
much.
thanks,
Appreciate it.
Mayor and council. I just also wanted to close maybe by thanking you for all your support along this long journey of getting this venture up, so appreciate it.
Well, you got to take the first step till we've crossed the finish line, so hang in there. Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a couple of proclamations and a check presentation, so that's always good. So I'll be down, and let's see, I'm doing the first one, and I think Gil's going to help me with the second. Okay. All right, let's see, I've been instructed, but sometimes my retention is a little short. This is the Taoist Tai Chi, is that right? Did I get close? All right. 50th anniversary day. So I'm gonna get Greg Smith to explain what that is. So y'all come on down, and we'll read this, and hopefully, are you the spokeslady? Virginia? Virginia Amos. All right. All right. 2020 is the 50th anniversary of the Taoist Tai Chi arts, which enrich mental, spiritual, and physical well-being. Well, they're going to explain while I'm talking. Pay attention. This is what I'm talking about. Many people who practice these arts share their experience of this practice, which enhance their social and spiritual connections, help relieve pain, reduce stress, and improve posture, circulation, and balance. Where'd the city manager go? We need to set up a course down here. 50 years ago in 1970, Master Moy Lin Shin, a Taoist monk, began teaching the Taoist Tai Chi path in Toronto, Canada. Feng Loi Gok Institute of Taoism, together with its affiliates around the world, including the Taoist Tai Chi Society of the USA Corpus Christi, has trained volunteer instructors to offer classes of Taoist Tai Chi arts continuously for 50 years. There are more than 40,000 participants in numerous locations throughout 26 countries and over 100 participants in multiple class locations in Corpus Christi. It is altogether fitting and proper that the city of Corpus Christi, with its diverse population and appreciation for all cultures and its commitment to improving the wellness of its workforce and all residents, should set aside a day to recognize the Taoist Tai Chi Society of the United States. Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim the month of February 18th, 2020, Taoist Tai Chi 50th Anniversary Day in Corpus Christi, and urge all citizens to take time today to enrich their mental, spiritual, and physical well-being. So I'll give this to you and get you to make a few comments.
Thank you. If you want us to do that, we can work on it too. Okay, well, the whole point about the Taoist Tai Chi Society is to work on transforming not only the body, but also the mind. And a lot of us are in that position in our lives when we need some form of exercise to help our mental stability and also our physical stability.
Thank you very much. It looks like everybody has a good time. They all got smiles on their faces, so that's good, and it's working. So thank you for what you're doing. Let's get a picture up here, and we'll...
No, it looks peaceful. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Hernandez is going to help me. Councilman Hernandez is going to help me with this one. If you're here for National Engineers Week, you're here for National Engineers Week, if you'll come on down. As a matter of full disclosure, I'm not an engineer. So, and I don't think we have any engineers on the council. So, oh, there he is.
Our engineer actually made it. Okay. All right, National Engineers Week. Whereas licensed professional engineers are dedicated to applying scientific knowledge, mathematics, and ingenuity to develop solutions for technical, societal, and commercial problems while holding paramount the public health, safety, and welfare. Licensed professional engineers face the major technological challenges of our time, such as rebuilding towns devastated by natural disasters, designing spacecrafts and sophisticated satellites, contributing to the advancement of complex medical treatments, and creating a wide array of devices which improve the quality of life for millions of people throughout the world. Licensed professional engineers continue to encourage and work with our young math and science students to realize the practical power of their knowledge, and because more than ever, engineers will be called to aspire to the challenges of the new horizons.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim February 16 through 22, 2020, National Engineers Week in Corpus Christi, and urge all citizens to support the engineering profession and the professionals who use their talents to improve our way of life. And I'll present this to you, the spokesman for the organization. All right.
So founded in 1951, NSPE is dedicated to ensuring a diverse and well-educated future of engineering workforce by increasing understanding and interest in engineering and technology careers. Dedicated to raising public awareness of engineers' positive contributions to quality of life, eWeek promotes recognition among parents, teachers, and students of the importance of technical education and a high level of math, science, and technology literacy. eWeek reaches thousands of schools, businesses, and community groups across the U.S. each year. Thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing, and we appreciate your profession. Sometimes it drives us crazy to have to wait on getting plans and specs back, but we don't want to do it without them being right, and so we appreciate that very much, and everything you do, so thank you. Let's say, get a picture over here.
Good job. How you doing? Good to see you. How you doing? Good to see you. How you doing?
You gotta go that way. Oh.
Okay,
Let's plan it.
next is, it's kind of an exciting thing, both for us here in the council and then for our community. I'd like to have the Parks and Recreation, Leisure and Seniors, PALS, they have a presentation to present to the Parks and Recreation Department. So come on down.
Well, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We're here today as a PALS Foundation. PALS stands for Parks, Arts, Leisure, and Seniors. And I have with me Jody Hughes, who's also a member, and Ronnie Woods, longtime member, and of course Park Director Jamel Stevenson, and his staff who have been really helpful in keeping us on track. The Parks Foundation is a nonprofit organization of the city of Corpus Christi, and their sole purpose is to support efforts of these three parks, arts, leisure, and seniors. This particular check today for $180,000 is seed money for the upcoming Texas Games. I believe there's an announcement, a press announcement on Thursday that'll provide further detail of those events, and competitors from all over Texas will be visiting here for several days and competing in several activities at athletic events across the city. So this is revenue from a prior games that has been held in the foundation. So we're issuing this check to Jamel and his staff to be able to conduct the activities and pay for things that are outside of the city budget. So that is the purpose of this check. That is the purpose of our organization, and that's what he will be doing later on in the week, announcing with you what the Texas Games is all about. So thank you for having us here today.
Well, thank you. This is exciting. Yeah, let's make this presentation. Make sure it transfers from your hands to Jamal's, and then we're going to talk to. Then we'll talk to him about money later. I mean, y'all need a little exercise here. We're talking about the games of Texas. We need to get me a little exercise back here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got the shirts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You got the date? Oops. We're going to get him to tell you a little bit about the Games of Texas and the impact it has on our community. It's substantial.
Thank you, Mayor. Indeed, it is. Right around 10,000 people will be coming in attendance from all over the state, all over the region. We're estimating an economic impact right around 15 million. Of course, they need a place to stay. They need a place to eat. They need a place to recreate even after all of those things. We have about 14 or 15 different games happening from boxing, track and field, golf, disc golf, you name it, it's happening. So plans have been made for the last year or so, and now we're getting down to the to the wire here with about 5 months to go. So we're starting to really ramp things up. We appreciate so much the foundation supporting us in this, because we wouldn't be able to really pull it off without the seed money. So we'll talk even more later on this week about it. But there is that press conference on Thursday at 10:30. The games are July 30th through August the 2nd.
announced.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
All right, we're at the point of our agenda. It's 12 o'clock, and we'll have public comment. Ms. Huerta, do we have anybody signed up for public comment today?
We have 4 people signed up, Mayor.
All right. If you and Mr. Risley will get us started there.
Comments should be related to city matters. No questions of council or staff. Cell phones should be turned off, and there shall be no loud talking or other loud noises out of the audience.
Good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. I'll be conducting the public comment period today. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off and you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary. And with that, we'll start public comment. The first person on the list is Jack Gordy.
Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray Drive. They got papers to pass out to all the city council. One of them is the letter that I got from the city attorney, and the second page is the one that I got from TxDOT, Texas Department of Transportation, regarding sign permits. About 25 years ago, the city entered into an agreement saying if we can collect for sign permits on these 14 roadways that falls under the Highway Beautification Act, we will enforce the Highway Beautification Act. Well, the city has now been decertified. And the reason they were decertified is because the city was not, and I'll repeat that, was not enforcing the Highway Beautification Act. And I don't know how many times I've been before the city council, but the city council evidently just ignored it because they didn't say nothing to the city to force the city to abide by the agreement. City's losing, I don't know how much, but it's probably over $1 million. And I'm recommending that this city council get the city staff to tell you how much they're losing. And this letter from the city attorney is very misleading, okay? It says that the city can now collect for sign permits. The state, on those 14 roadways, the state is now collecting for the sign permits. And I don't believe it's justified or legal for the city to collect for sign permits on the same roadways that the states collect on it because they're state roadways. And according to, on that second page there, from the state, there's a phone number and a name from TxDOT. I recommend the city call that man and call that number and get a clarification. $1 million is quite a bit for the city to lose because code enforcement wasn't doing their job. The city came down here in 1917, and they went over those 14 roadways, and they found 191 illegal signs that code enforcement just ignored. Some of them had been there for 4 years, but nobody wanted to do anything. So I don't blame the city. I don't blame the state. I blame the city for not doing their job.
The
decertification to which he is referring is the decertification that was requested pursuant to resolution passed by this city council in December. And city requested.
Next is Ken Baker.
Mayor, City Council members, good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon. Yeah, it is afternoon. The viewpoint that I have, my name is Ken Baker. I live at 7421 Idle Howard Drive here in Corpus Christi. My viewpoint is not only myself, but it is also my neighbors. And I'll get to the point. The city does not have an adequate police force in terms of the number of officers needed to patrol its streets. I commend the city manager for adding 5 new FTEs to the city budget, police officers. Well, will that make a difference? Probably not, but it will at least keep us from losing ground. There's probably that many officers out on sick leave at any one time. But so why is it that we don't have an adequate police force? Well, someone's accountable. Well, that's an easy one. All you have to do is go out there and look at those pictures on the wall out there in the hallway. Corpus Christi Police Department does a good job with the resources that it has. As a matter of fact, in serving in homicide, solving those, it is outstanding. Crime is rampant here, anywhere from petty crime to misdemeanors, felonies. We don't have enough officers to patrol the streets, keep the citizens safe. It is not the only equation, but it is a big part of it. The lack of petty crime prosecution contributes to that also. The city is classified as one of the most dangerous metropolitan cities in the United States. That's according to FBI statistics. The city bends over backwards to contribute tax funds for the benefit of developers, builders, contractors, engineering studies, yet leaves the most fundamental right of its citizens to have a fully funded and effective police force. I've heard it many times from city leaders that if you can find us the tax dollars and funds, we'll add more officers. Well, my answer is that. Are you telling the citizens that it is not taxed enough to have an adequate police force? Is that what you're saying? I don't think my neighbors are going to swallow that pill. There should be, as soon as possible, a permanent program to pay overtime to officers. That would put more officers on the street in a very short time. It would also be beneficial in retention of officers, especially after the city has spent vast amount of its money in training those officers. I'll give you one stat, just one stat that I have to come back and tell you that. It's an interesting story about Walmart. Yeah, they lose $60,000 a year in one store.
Daniel Peña.
Daniel Peña, 2813 Hobart Street, here on behalf of the Hillcrest Residents Association. First, I'd like to invite, I don't know who our councilman is because I've never met him, and perhaps some of you at-large members to come out to Hillcrest and see some of the situations that we're having to deal with, you know, with the streets, with the flooding, with, you know, recently there was a water break flooding the neighborhood. Doesn't make sense. We've come up here, we spoke to people in the offices that we feel like the stormwater is backed up, whether it's from the construction of the bridge or whatever. We don't know what it is. We'd like answers, but we'd like it to be addressed. And, you know, the water issue, of course, you sent me to someone on your staff, and, you know, I haven't got the satisfactory answer. You know what I mean? I'm just asking for you to come in there and check the quality, not at one house, not at one corner, but throughout the whole neighborhood. You have pipes, you have fire hydrants that are stagnant, and there's people that don't live there anymore. You have to know that that's going to cause contamination in the water. Those are issues that we're asking you to address. The streets, of course, you know, I've left a couple of messages, including last week when I left here and you directed me to speak to someone in the new man in the street, and left another one yesterday before I came to speak to you. I didn't want to say that I didn't try, because I did try to reach out to him, and that hasn't happened, because just yesterday I'm talking about a 60-foot long trailer going through the neighborhood. Can you imagine trying to make that in your neighborhood around the corner? It can't happen. And just the fact that he went through there, I don't understand. You know, why it's happening. It's not an isolated incident. I told you last week. It's going on. You know what I mean? And yesterday he took the corner, took the curves, knocked down the neighborhood wash sign, you know. Those are the things that are going on over there. We'd like for you to come out and see it. You know, not just come over here and tell you and then you send somebody else to do it because it's not happening. So that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come before you today because I've been getting some phone calls from some people in North Beach concerning the restrooms up there. And I want to tell you that I've spoken to several of you as well as your city manager about the issue. And, you know, it's just a friendly reminder to those people in North Beach. Guys, the beach belongs to all of us, not just the North Beach residents. And one of the problems that I have is those restrooms have weathered through thin and hurricanes. And yes, they need to be cleaned up. And yes, they need to be upgraded. But in talking to some of your staff, I understand that if you were to rebuild them, they're going to have go so much higher because those are grandfathered in. I certainly don't want to see part of bodies or whatever out there because nobody wants to use them. So I'm asking you to just take a look at this, get those places cleaned up and get them repaired. That's what we need to get done instead of going all over the place. And I appreciate all the people at North Beach because they fight for their issues, but they have to remember that the beach belongs to all of us, all the citizens of Corpus Christi, not just to them, so they can't be making decisions on their own. It has to involve the whole city. Thank you for your time.
Okay, those are all the individuals who signed up. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none, the public comment period is closed.
All right. Then our next item on the agenda is the city manager's comments and report. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. And good morning, Mayor and members of the council. A couple of things this morning. Let's begin with the warrant roundup. You may have seen some of the advertisement on this. So our municipal court has announced the 2020 Great Texas Warrant Roundup, which begins Saturday, the 29th. Now, the good news is if somebody has an outstanding warrant, there's a 12-day amnesty period where people can come in and take care of those outstanding warrants. That started yesterday, the amnesty period, and it will go through Friday, February 28th. So during this time, those with outstanding warrants can come in and take care of those cases that they have without any severe issue with those warrants. So payment options and community service opportunities will be available also if people have money that's due. So try to take advantage if anybody's out there listening to that 12-day amnesty period that began yesterday and will go through Friday the 28th. And let's turn now to fire. We know we had a fire yesterday. I'm going to have Chief come up in a moment, but let's talk about fire collective bargaining. We know recently we negotiated a great contract with our Police Officers Association, and the fire collective bargaining agreement will expire, the current one that we have, on September 30th, and so we've begun to work with the fire union on working on a new contract with that union. On Friday, we did receive a letter from Johnny Stobbs, the president of the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighters Association. That's we're required to receive that letter to kick off the collective bargaining session. So we received a letter, and it requested for us to begin the bargaining with the union. The collective bargaining negotiations based on this letter and us working with Mr. Stobbs will begin on March 1, approximately, of this year. And we do have a team. I have a team in place that will lead the city's negotiations to present our contract proposal ultimately when it's worked out at the council for consideration. That includes staff from the city manager's office, the city attorney's office. We'll have some fire representatives on our team, and then we'll have budget and human resources staff as well. So internally, we're ready to go. We have the team set up, many of whom worked on the police agreement. And in anticipation, though, of the March negotiations, we're already beginning to try to get some of the loose ends worked out with the union. And so we have begun what we call informal discussions on non-economic contract items. That started recently, and we'll continue those over the next month or so to make progress so that we can focus just on the economics when it gets to March. And I personally have spoken with Mr. Stobbs several times since my appointment here, and I've told him a consistent message, which is that we care about the firefighters just as we do our police officers, and we're going to negotiate in good faith and come to an agreement with the Firefighters Association with two goals in mind. One, making sure the firefighter gets a fair compensation and benefits, and then two, though, making sure that the agreement is fair to the ratepayer, to our taxpayers. And so we're open-minded, and we look forward to working with the union. And since the chief is here, we thought yesterday, it's fortunate that no significant damage or lives were at stake, but there was a significant fire near Citgo, and I've asked Chief to just give us an update on what transpired yesterday and any new information we may have that we have not heard about at this point.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Robert Rochow, Fire Chief. I just want to give you a brief summary of what occurred yesterday. At approximately 8:45, Corpus Christi Fire Department was alerted of a pipeline rupture and fire near the intersection of Interstate 37 and Buddy Lawrence Drive. Immediately, Interstate 37 and all access to the area was secured by the Corpus Christi Police Department, and a unified command post consisting of Fire Department, Police Department, and Refinery Terminal Fire Company, also known as the RTFC, was established. The City Emergency Operations Center was also opened, and also involved were our industrial partners from Citgo, Flint Hills, and the Port of Corpus Christi. On-scene commanders ordered a shelter in place for a 1-mile radius surrounding the area, which included Miller High School, Driscoll Middle School, and Oak Park Elementary. Incident commanders attempted to isolate the leak by having the valves around the leak shut off, and once those valves were shut off, the fire was allowed to burn off any residual product that was left over. RTFC firefighters were then able to approach the scene using a deck gun to extinguish an adjacent building and cool the area. The fire was extinguished, and Interstate 37 was reopened, and the shelter-in-place order was lifted. In summary, both municipal and industrial fire first responders worked well together in a unified command approach to suppress and extinguish a very dangerous situation. The cause of the fire is under investigation, and local, state, and federal authorities are now working together. And at this time, no injuries were reported. I do want to highlight, though, that the cause of the fire is still under investigation, and currently the Railroad Commission is the lead agency with regards to reviewing this. As far as we can tell, there were no city infrastructure damage. However, some AEP electrical poles and lines were destroyed. Air quality readings were constantly being taken by fire department personnel, and phone calls were made to as far as Portland to make sure that they knew that we had a significant fire. Other than that, that's what I had to report as of this time, and I stand by for any questions.
Well, the good news is there's no injuries. I understand it was pretty close to the gate there at
Yes, sir.
Citgo, so at that time of the morning, it could have been a lot worse. So we're grateful and thank your people and the terminal fire folks for their quick response.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Mayor, just two other quick things. We appreciate that, Chief Rocha. Thank you. You may have seen, and I know I communicated with you, and the community may have seen, but I wanted to reiterate the announcement of the CVB's new CEO. That's a great achievement for our community. And the Board of Directors appointed a gentleman by the name of Brett Oding as the President and Chief Executive Officer. His first day will be Monday, March 16, so he'll be here soon. Brett has nearly 20 years of experience in hospitality and the visitor and tourism industry, primarily from Topeka, Kansas. And prior to this appointment, he served as the CEO for their CVB, which is called Visit Topeka. He was in that position for about 5 years. And then prior to that, he spent about 15 years in the hospitality and food service industries, in particular the hotel industry. So he has a good blend of food service, hotel, and then convention and tourism. And we look forward to bringing him on board. I was part of the interview committee, and we did interview quite a few individuals. We had a search firm that helped us recruit applicants nationally. Brett is excited about moving here, as is his wife, and we look forward to having him lead the CVB. I did also want to personally thank, and I know that many council members share the sentiment, I want to thank Alyssa Barrera Mason. I personally asked her to serve in the interim role at the CVB while at the same time maintaining her duties to the extent that she could of the DMD. And she, without hesitation, accepted that challenge and has done a great job over the past several months in working both organizations' goals and missions. And so we're thankful for what she did in holding down the CVB and moving the DMD forward. And I did want to announce that we're going to do a kind of a thank you breakfast for Alyssa. That'll be Friday, March 13th. I'll send the mayor and council and other stakeholders more information, but it'll be Friday, March 13th to just thank her in a small way for the extra work that she did there. And then finally, on North Beach restrooms, we did hear one resident speak about the restrooms today, and I know last week we heard several residents speak on the North Beach restrooms. Councilman Roy and myself are engaged in this issue. In fact, we had a meeting scheduled with the North Beach residents, Carrie Myers and some of the other residents. We were trying to get it scheduled for this week, but they wanted us to wait till next week when there'd be more availability from her team. And so we're planning on meeting with them next Wednesday. Keith Selman is lead with me on that project. We know that the current restroom facilities that are there are grandfathered in, as Ms. Saldana said this morning. And so if those are demolished, then we have to meet new building standards and velocity standards, which includes elevation and so on. And so one of the messages we'll share with the North Beach resident is that what we see today is not what we're going to see tomorrow in terms of maintenance and security. We're changing things in how the city staff operates and how our business operates. And so that's some of the messaging we'll share with them. We're obviously going to listen to their concerns, but those restrooms do provide facilities to visitors. There's many visitors that use North Beach. It's a public beach. And but we'll listen to their concerns and see is there some way we can all be in agreement with the path forward with respect to those restrooms. So Councilman Roy and myself and Keith Selman and a few other park staff will be meeting with Ms. Myers and her team next week Wednesday. Just want to bring that to your attention. That concludes my remarks for this morning, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. The next item is the minutes.
Mayor, we have no minutes
I was
to
gonna say
present today.
There's none there, so.
Yeah, we'll have 2 sets next week.
All right, well, if it is acceptable to the council and the manager, I'd like to see if we could move item number 19 up. It's a presentation by the Economic Development Corporation, and I've been told it'll be a informative but brief presentation. And rather than have them sit here for a couple hours, he's already here.
Yes, sir.
Ian Vesey, you're on, sir.
Thank you,
Item
Mayor.
number 19.
council members, and I promise to be brief. As you know, we give quarterly updates to the city council on and to the public on what's going on in economic development. Just as a reminder to folks, our job is to build the economic tax base. We attract primary jobs, which basically makes the economic pie bigger versus cutting the same size pie into smaller slices. And our job is to bring those jobs to this community. And so we have a greater tax base, we have more spending, and we have more businesses in our community. So that's what we do. And we're a public-private partnership, but what you'll see is we've got around 200,000 jobs in our market. We had some steady growth over this time last year, so year-over-year growth of about 2,200 jobs. And we're going to see some fluctuation in mining, logging, and construction. It doesn't really apply to mining and logging in this area, but it's the category that covers construction. So we'll see some of those, as projects finish and go up and down, because there's about 10 to 15,000 skilled construction workers in the heavy industrial sector. And we'll start to see some job growth in manufacturing. And the other one to take note of is the recovery in leisure and hospitality. We're seeing steady growth in that after the hurricane several years ago, and some of the hotels that are coming back online. And then we're starting to see, again, education and health services, the health services particularly, where we're starting to see job growth as well. Our unemployment rates are hovering around 4%. One of the things we really need to be thinking about, and I am an economist and I use the term full employment, so that means once we get folks that are can read, write, show up to work, pass drug tests, a lot of folks are starting to get jobs. Our critical path, I think, going forward is to get people upskilled, so that people who are making $10 an hour, if they can get different types of training, those are the folks who can qualify for the $80,000, $100,000 jobs that Mr. Guilfoyle talked about a little bit earlier. So that's heavy on some of the things we're working on. Let's see where we're going. Okay, some of the projects we worked on for you, and since we last presented, obviously WINS in 2019, Alorica, which is a very significant call center operation, but also the Steel Dynamics plant that you have passed the agreements to supply the water and to sell them the water from the Mary Rhodes pipeline. We're looking at 600 potential jobs on that, but don't be shocked if we start seeing supplier companies and customers of that organization. Again, think of that steel plant as like if we were building a retail center with Target store. You land the Target store, so then all of the other, the nail salon, the restaurants, all of the other things that come with it will start filling in the pieces. And don't be shocked if you start seeing, we're just going to talk about 600 jobs for Steel Dynamics, but I wouldn't be shocked if we start getting 1,000 to maybe to even as many as 2,000 jobs in that area. And the reason that this is important for the City Council is the commute shed for folks coming up the 77, the Cal Allen area, and Councilman Roy and I have had this discussion, and so has the city manager and I. We're going to start seeing a lot more interest in residential and retail growth as those jobs come online in your Cal Allen area. So we're going to start seeing that growth. So that's a projection that you have to be prepared for, and as you're building infrastructure, don't be shocked if you start seeing a lot of demand in that area. We've been out on the road at trade shows and petrochemical conferences and maintenance, repair operations, steel technology. Tommy Kurtz on our team heads up our business recruitment efforts. I don't see Tommy a whole lot because he's always out and about doing things, and we've got a trade show booth that we work on with our partners at A&M Corpus Christi and our friends at San Pat and some of the other folks. So in the area, we partner with a lot of other folks in the port, obviously. We've been out and about talking about doing a lot of retention visits and providing technical assistance to companies in this area. And I'm going to talk about something related to that in a second, but we're also been doing the TEDC conferences and the impact data source. So we're very much a technical-based economic development. We make decisions and recommendations based on facts and based on hard data versus supposition. And then, so some of the things we're working on, and this is something you need to know about, the opportunity zones. We've talked about that, and I've reported on that in the past. One of the things you're gonna see on April 7th and 8th, and I want to encourage as many people in the public who are watching to pay attention to this. The opportunity zone is that gives a major federal tax break against your capital gains if you're investing in projects that real estate, apartment buildings, things like that, retail stores that are being built in these designated they're called opportunity zones that the federal government's done. We're going to have an event, a summit, if you will, for the region on April 7th and 8th at Del Mar Center for Economic Development. We've got the director of the Opportunity Zones program coming from the White House to be able to present on that. And we've got a number of other partners. So this is kind of an important piece, and we're out there presenting this to the world. But essentially, it's an important federal tax break for people that are investing in underserved areas and especially blighted areas. So we're paying very close attention in promoting that. We're doing some things with our Sense of Place website, which you've heard about before, which is Corpus Christi Opportunity. Well, that was the other one. ExploreTheCoastalBend.com. The first one was the Opportunity Zones. And then we're going to be updating our community survey in the coming months on attitudes towards economic development and growth. And you'll see we launched the Explore the Coastal Bend, which provides data points throughout this whole area about everything from, and we started working with Mr. Guilfoyle and his team and the Steel Dynamics folks and a number of other businesses, Spawn Hospital, that are trying to recruit people to this area. It's not just about recruiting companies. We have to recruit people. We have to make the people who are moving here successful. We have to become what's called a sticky community, so that people, when they move here, they don't last 2 years and then move out and go back wherever they came from. We have to embrace folks who are moving in and make them successful. As you know, companies are made up of people, and that's what we have to do. So we're providing a lot of information and coaching for people that come into the market, which is everything from finding a family, a pediatrician, or advising them on schools and neighborhoods and real estate and you name it. So we're doing a lot of work on that. So it's not the traditional economic development, which is transactional. We're really good at the transactional stuff. We're really trying to build our transformational efforts on some of those things. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I want to thank you all for the support you've given to the Economic Development Corporation, and we certainly enjoy the partnership. And Councilman Garza and I, and Mayor, you represent the council as well on the Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors, and we want to thank you for your support.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you very much, Mr. Basie. On the airport, so we have an airport initiative just starting. Where's the EDC on that?
Councilman, I'm on that panel and going to be working. I've talked to Mr. LaRue a number of times on it, and we're going to be working to promote the local fly program, and we need to tweak some things on that. But as you know, and we've talked about this for many, many years, if we go out and try and recruit a Fortune 500 headquarters to this community, and their hard go, no-go, pass-fail test is you must have X number of flights to and from your community. You know, if it's 30 or 40 different discrete locations a day and we have 2, that's a fail for us. So we really need to think about how do we stop the leakage, how do we get more flights to this community, and how do we, that puts us in a different position in being able to attract companies. Now, I'm not going to say that we should go, well, I almost use the term bribe air flights to come here, but you can incentivize airlines to come and build flights. But the problem with that is the second you stop paying them, they go somewhere else. The Economics 101 is, the market tells you where the market is. So we really need to build our market and build the number of people using the airport.
So a regional airport is a critical success factor in economic development. Is that what I'm hearing?
It is. And there's a reason why we're limited in certain things.
Ms. Warthoe?
Thank you. Ian, thank you for the update. Very informative. And I'd just like to say that I've been working with some developers in regards to that area, the Cal Allen area, and they've been very complimentary of staff. But Mr. Zanoni, if you can tell us what are we specifically doing to help with the infrastructure in the Cal Allen area because of Steel Dynamics?
Great, thank you. Well, let me tell you a little bit today, and we're planning on doing either one-on-one briefings or a full presentation to council. So being aware that Steel Dynamics is going to create 1,000+ jobs, and those folks need a place to live and play and live. When we look at Sinton, where the Steel Dynamics plant is, there's really no housing in that area, nor is there infrastructure really to house all those. So we know this from our own analysis, but from talking to the Steel Dynamics folks as well, that at least half the residential housing will take place in Cal Allen area, and then maybe about the other half could be in the Rockport area. Our Cal Allen area is attractive because of the school districts and the amenities that are already there. We have two great school districts, Cal Allen and Toloso Midway, and then we have all the major commercial amenities that are there, including a Chick-fil-A and a Starbucks. And so what we're doing is we're meeting, first we met collectively with all the housing providers, the housing builders, to see if they had interest in building in Cal Allen. And what we found out is that they do, but there's some significant stormwater and then our traditional utility issues like water, wastewater. And so we're meeting now individually with developers like Hogan Homes and other developers to see what does the city need to do to help you expedite the housing development. And so we'll be coming to council soon to talk to you about several proposals. That includes the city funding some of the infrastructure to include some of the roads, some of the stormwater, and then some of the water sewer connections that have to take place to create that housing. We've looked at return on investment. We know that property owners would pay city property tax and sales tax, and certainly we want to try to get those dollars to help benefit the overall city. And so there's a return on investment that we'll see with this strategy. It's a little different than what we've done in the past, but I think that the time constraint and the situation that exists with Steel Dynamics coming there, this is something we should not ignore. And so we'll be coming to council with more information, but Councilwoman, I think that's a general summary of what we're doing. We're working with those housing and other developers to see how can the city finance up front some of the infrastructure that's really impeding them from getting in there to build that housing that will be necessary.
Okay,
Thank you.
wonderful. And Ian, one last thing, in addition to the airport item, you know, there are obviously our economic, the importance of that is great throughout. What else is there? What else are you doing to?
What are some of the
excuse
other
me, you have
things?
to pardon my voice. I'm losing my voice. Yes, in addition to that.
Okay, we're doing some things with building workforce plans. If you remember, we administer on your behalf through the Type A and B board. We do the administrative work on that, which is an important economic development incentive. And if you will, I'd rather be take the strategy, and I think the council's been very much leading this way, is rather than giving incentive money directly to companies for training programs, I'd rather we build the programs like at Del Mar Craft Training Center or the A&M Corpus Christi, which you did with the industrial and mechanical and civil engineering programs over the last couple of years. Because that way it's not giving money, if you will, to one of the world's profitable companies. We get the assets here in our community. So that's something that we work on a lot with our partners at both especially Del Mar and with the university, but also with Ken Trevino and his team at Workforce Solutions to make sure that we're placing incentives in the place where we're going to have jobs. You know the old saying, like I'm an old hockey player, so Wayne Gretzky said, you don't skate to where the puck is, you skate to where the puck is going to be.
Right.
So that's where we have Ken and his team telling us where the jobs are going to be, and then we start putting in place the training program. Training's the number one issue right now. When you got an unemployment rate of 4%, it's hard for companies to get employees. It's just hard. So you really need to be figuring out how do you get employees that are in the lowest paid area. And this is the other thing. This kind of thought is we've got some folks that are saying, we shouldn't be growing, we shouldn't be doing some of these economic development things. It's in certain cases, a lot of folks have already got theirs, but how do we tell the local kids who are making $10, $15 an hour that you can't have that job making $80,000 or $100,000 a year? We need to get those high-paying jobs so the kids can, I say kids, so people can buy, nice new trucks and cars and live in nice houses and go out for dinner and things like that. So that's one of the reasons we do economic development. We need to be able to keep growing, and if you're not growing, you're dying. And so we just need to keep those things going and remain a business-friendly environment.
Good. Well, that's good to hear. I've heard, and I'll make this my last comment. In the listening tour that I'm doing across the city, I've heard many people say they want to see more economic development within their communities. Back to what you're saying, to see our kids or young adults stay here and be able to invest right here. So I would love to see more of that investment within our communities.
Yeah, you're going to see us do some things with Quality of Place initiative through 2020. We're going to start to, how do we build those not the soft skills, but the transformational things versus just the transactional things. So I think that's very much in line with what you're hearing.
Thank you, Ian.
Mr. Wright?
Ian, thank you for your comments and presentation. There's a lot of things that we are doing. I know that out, again, in the Calallen area, we've got a traffic study out there looking at ways to continue to make it safe. It just seems like a couple years ago when I got involved in putting the bond together to expand the school district out there and put the science and technology and all that. Unfortunately, the growth we're already at a point where we're looking to expand again. And that's, on one hand, that's a good thing. On the other hand, it's kind of a scary thing because, when a community is moving that fast, you just want to make sure that you develop the right way. But one of the things that, I looked at the report that was put out by Workforce Solutions, and in that annual report, it showed the low, median, and high income across the Coastal Bend area. And I was looking at that and kind of listening earlier to the Gulf Coast presentation, Growth Ventures presentation. And I think we've got a gap. I think we've got a tremendous gap when it comes to labor, because the problem is that we cannot, we need to get the individuals that are skilled up to be able to meet the labor force. We got to keep them drug-free. That's a big, we can talk all day long about filling jobs, but if they're not drug-free, then that's going to be a major issue, especially a safety issue, because all of these areas of growth, safety is a big concern. So that part right there is challenging. The other thing that I hear out there is that I think some of these organizations that teach on the technical side or the trade side, we really need to take a look at making sure that they have the latest teaching equipment so that when they get out in the workforce that they're prepared. I heard maybe 2 or 3 times now in the last quarter, I've heard where some of the local industries are recommending technical schools up in the Waco area and other areas because they feel like when they get out, they're better prepared. We need to make sure that they have the equipment in place to make sure that they're trained on the latest instrumentation, that they're trained on the latest equipment, so when they come out, they're viable. And that's a big concern, because if not, this is just going to get worse.
You're right.
And we try everything. Airports are great. We got to tackle that solution. But if somebody's looking at our workforce just to come here, and we can't supply them with staff, and they've got to come and they may like our area, but they can't meet their demand because they've got to hire from within and bring them in.
You're absolutely right. If you look at what we've done, and you as a council have done, last year you just approved $2.4 million to double the size of the process technology program, which is the key important thing. Exxon matched it with, they came in with $1.5 million. I think New Star came in as well with $1 million worth of contributions and equipment. So what you see is industry starting to participate, and don't be shocked if you see us come again. Think about the retirements. That's the other piece. That's the hidden piece. So Valero, Flint Hills, Citgo, those folks are going to, half of their employees could retire in the next 5 years or 10 years or something like that. So don't be shocked if you see somebody like myself or Mr. Culbertson come before you with a request to, again, double the size of the process technology program. Again, that's the importance of your Type A and Type B program. Instead of giving it to companies, I want to start building those workforce training programs. So the kids that are coming out of our high schools, my daughter and people like that can get those training programs and stay in this community versus we've got a huge brain drain with the kids, and we've got to do something about that.
One other comment. I got to remember the veterans, because that's the other key part, is bringing those veterans in place and getting them also in the training programs so that they can also be part of the labor force after they've served. I think there's a disconnect there.
You heard Mr. Guilfoyle talk about, and he didn't really get into the details, but Exxon loves to hire veterans because safety is their number one priority, and veterans know how to follow procedures, and they've been trained and know how to, you're operating in a dangerous environment, and they really like to hire veterans, so they give preference in their hiring process for that.
All right. Well, thank you, and thank you for the that meeting with Opportunities on the White House folks. I think came as a result of we were there at that meeting, eyeball to eyeball, and invited them down, and they took us up. We said, come in the wintertime, but it's a little late, but they'll be down our spring break time, I guess. So.
Sure.
And then the other, in visiting with the new CVB Director, one of the comments that was part of the conversation is the airport was it, and he seems to have some, I think some, just in the short conversation we had, he's got some pretty good ideas of how we can, where we can get data to justify and how you go about getting that data to justify. There may be a better chance of getting at least in the door to talk to airlines than maybe we've had in the past. I think he said he's, what do you call himself? Tech savvy or something on how?
Yeah, tech savvy, and his background's in behavioral economics. So understanding how and why people do what they do in the marketplace is one of the strengths he has.
So hopefully we can capitalize on that. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you,
and,
Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Go and be productive the rest of the day. Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is board and committee appointments. And Huerta, we got Committee on Persons with Disabilities, Reinvestment Zone Board. We got one member and a sister city committee.
Yes, sir. For the Committee for Persons with Disabilities, we're asking to reschedule that till next week.
All right,
just
the
to take care of
Persons
an
with
additional
Disabilities
vacancy.
rescheduled for next week?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then we got a
The Reinvestment Zone.
Reinvestment Zone,
That's one additional member representing the category of Nueces County Representative. On January the 22nd, the Nueces County Commissioners Court approved a motion to request one additional board position for this board, and they're recommending Brent Chesney as their second representative.
okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
And
All
last
right,
but
then.
not least, Sister City. Yes, sir.
And the
Go ahead.
Sister City Committee, we have one vacancy.
Yes, and there's one application at this time.
And where was it here? You had one, right?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
And that would be,
It's Fernando
which one is
Moral
that?
Iglesias.
huh?
Move to appoint.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank
You got the names, right? Okay. All right, well, that takes care of our board and committee appointments. All right, on items 3 through 13, it's a consent agenda, and all of these items have been voted on once, and so they'll be considered under one motion unless someone from the council or the public would like to have one pulled for further discussion. So anybody on the council have items 3 through 13, have anything they want to pull?
Yeah, Mayor, can we pull,
Hold on. Excuse me?
Mayor, I'd like to pull number 7 and number 9.
7 and 9.
I'd like to pull 9 twice, please. Thanks.
9. We're gonna pull it twice, okay. Anybody else? Anybody from the public have any items 3 through 13 that they'd like to have discussed individually or separately? Seeing no comment from the public, I'll entertain a motion on items 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, then item number 7, would be able to make that presentation or answer a question that Mr. Hernandez may have?
Okay, first question, I guess, is to our attorney. I don't know if Councilman Hunter had gotten this question answered, but if we do make any adjustments, would it have to be, can that be done here at the council level, or does it need to go back to the type B?
What you're doing here is approving a type B expenditure. If you wish to approve, to do a modified approval that say reduces the amount of funding, it can go down.
Okay.
And that could not be then spent until the type B authorized that lowered amount. You can go down, but you can't automatically go up.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
It would only be to the extent that you approved it.
Okay.
So I just asked Miles for clarification. Does it have to go back to type B either way, if it's up or down?
It's authorizing a particular agreement if the only thing is if the only part is to reduce it. Maybe there could be, we'd have to look at the motion. Maybe it could be implied that it was authorized. It might be wise to take it back to B. We'd take a look at it. But in any event, you would not have to republish it under the Type B guidelines.
Okay, so, but that's only in the reduction, right? We wouldn't be able to raise it, is what you're saying.
Right, you can't raise it because it's their expenditure.
Correct. Okay. Okay, so the next question I have here, or maybe I should say at the side of this, I was watching the Type B meeting yesterday, and they were, well, actually, this was in the Type A, and they were discussing about how they had a policy in place where they were providing $20,000 for affordable housing, and they reduced that to $10,000. So based on that policy, how did we get to this amount where we're looking at $41,600 some dollars outside of that policy of $10,000 per unit?
Yeah, I think that was, and Constance is here, but I think that was, that 20 to 10,000 dealt with first-time homebuyers assistance program. And so that what they did is the city, through the Type B board, used to provide $20,000 as a maximum when it came to first-time homebuyer assistance program. And along the way, the Type B board reduced that policy, saying that they would contribute no more than $10,000. So that was just for the first-time homebuyer program.
Okay, but this is where this fund is coming from, is that correct?
The money's not from the, right, the money's for this, this agenda item number 7 is coming from the Type B taxes.
Right, well, the Type B that was originally for the first-time home buyers, is that correct?
That is not correct, council member.
Okay, so where is this funding coming from?
This funding is coming from the Type B affordable housing. So Type B has not adopted guidelines for the affordable housing expenditures.
So there is no guidelines whatsoever?
At this point, that's correct.
But looking at it from the first-time home buyers type guidelines, why would this be different from that?
Well, it's a different program, and I'll turn it over to Rudy because he's the expert on the first-time homebuyers program.
The program is a program that we administered directly in the Housing and Community Development Department. So
now, are we referring to Type A funding or Type B funding?
We are referring to Type A funding.
Okay,
because that's
so this is the affordable housing aspect of Type A that had to do with the home buyers program.
Right, that's correct.
And so Type B does not have that, but it was kind of modeled after the Type A. Is that correct? So the policies for the Type A did not migrate over to the Type B.
That's correct.
The Type B funding, from my understanding, it has 4 different standards that have been in effect for 14 years, and that's for economic development of sports, tourism, entertainment, and convention, for affordable housing.
No, wait a minute. Type B has not been in existence for that long.
Hey, I'm sorry. And then construction and any eligible Type A rules.
Okay, so I mean, from what I understand, when this whole thing came over, when we went from a Type A to a Type B, it was to expand the abilities for us to use that money on a broader range than what the limited nature of Type A was. But in terms of what this housing program was supposed to be, it was a mirror of the Type A program. Am I assuming that correctly?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that either, because we were having problems spending the Type A affordable housing funds. And so we did have the one program.
Well, when you reduce it from 20 to 10, I can imagine you would have problems.
That was just a specific program. So there's the overall affordable housing, up $500,000 per year, and then the home buyer assistance program is just a program within that program. So at one time it was 20,000, and then the board reduced it to 10, with the idea of assisting more people. There was really no other rhyme or reason behind that other than to assist more people. So for example, instead of assisting one person with 20,000, you can assist 2 people with 10 each.
So by that logic, we're going to not be able to assist more people by overspending on this project.
No, not necessarily, Councilman. There's a lot of dollars left in the first-time homebuyer program.
Well, that's
and-
type A. I'm talking about type B.
Right, and there's money available through the annual CDBG home process for
Well,
first-time homebuyers.
let's not mix apples and oranges here. I'm talking about type B, right?
Well, I'm talking about just the program, so that there's this, we would not have recommended it had we thought it'd be an impact on the first-time homebuyer program. That's an important program. That program is funded through not only this year, but next year with our existing dollars. And annually, we can put more dollars into it through the CDBG home process.
Okay.
So we
and
felt
in-
comfortable that there's sufficient funding for the very important first-time homebuyer program.
Well, let me say, you know, from looking at this from a per unit basis, this does set somewhat of a precedence, going from what we'd had been doing in the neighborhood of 10 to 20. Even when we look at the downtown management district in TERS number 2, we had been doing 10,000, but we had elevated it to a little over 24,000 range when we did the 600 building. But what we're talking about here is 41,600 per unit. You know, the next group that's going to come in is going to point to that amount of investment and say that this is, you know, why would you be discriminating against me if you're not going to give me that same amount? So do we want to set this precedence? I mean, do we want to set this precedence? Well, I mean, what this looks like to me, Mayor, is that this, you know, because somebody has a friend on this particular board, that we're putting a thumb. Wait a minute. No, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, Mayor. I'm actually saying what it appears like.
Somebody on the board, that person recused themselves from the discussion and the vote, both on the motion to amend and the amended motion. So for somebody to come in here and allege that somebody on this board is raking in some cash, that is absolutely wrong, and I'm not going to permit it.
Well,
Now,
Mayor,
you wanna ask
if
a
I was
question about
accusing
the
someone, that's the case. What I'm saying is that there's a perception.
perception's wrong, and the reason that
Well, I'm
perception's
saying
wrong,
what I'm hearing.
You're perpetuating it.
I'm
because
saying
somebody
what
made a
I'm hearing.
mistake in a
It is
letter.
not correct. It is not correct to not avoid, to just pretend like you
correct
put
the record.
blinders on and say it doesn't exist.
Correct the record.
I am
Perception, you can.
I am
you- don't
trying-
care what
I'm trying
perception.
to
I got a
get
lot of
this
different
across.
Perceptions. They may be right or wrong. and that
I'm
doesn't make them
trying to
true.
get this across of what it appears to be.
Well, it's wrong. I don't care what it appears to
Well,
be. It's wrong.
when you're
There's no
giving
conflict.
$42,000 to an organization that you've never given to anybody before,
All right.
it is not correct. And I believe that this is the wrong precedence to set. We should be doing.
Organization has
We
built
should be.
these housing projects all over the state, and we've got 3 or 4 of them here in Corpus Christi. And you and I have both been to the groundbreakings and ribbon cutting.
I've never
These
been to
are
a.
not new
I've never been to a groundbreaking, so that's not true.
Well, the ribbon cutting or a
I've not been
demolition.
to a ribbon cutting for any
Well,
of
then
these
you ought to show up
organizations.
every once in a while.
I was not on council at the time.
Well, we've had some since I've been on this council, since you've been on
But
this
let me
council.
tell you.
Check your record.
Let me tell you, this is not. I don't think this is the right precedence to set because it gives a perception
Well,
of
You've got
impropriety.
the right to vote no.
Well, that's the case.
All right, but then don't be accusing somebody of a
I'm not
conflict just
accusing
because you don't
anyone,
agree with it.
Mayor. If you would listen to my words,
I was listening.
I'm not
That's why I
accusing
hammered you
anyone.
down.
I'm saying there's a
All right,
perception.
end of discussion. Anybody else have any comments? Mr. Garza.
Mayor, I'll be honest with you. When we first passed the Type A funding, it was intended for first-time buyers. I sat on the board of the Hispanic Chamber when they discussed the very issue. Now, I know Councilman Barrera says that was 15 years ago, and the rules have to change. When we went back this year, about a year ago, and asked for additional funding for EDC support, the EDC tax, renewal of the EDC tax for 15 years, and asked for them to continue to include an affordable housing component, it was with the same intention that we were going to try to use funds. There were already tax credits at the federal level and the state level that allowed for these projects to get built. The idea was that those funds should be used to be able to afford more families the opportunity to be able to reach their American dream, which is to be able to have home ownership or buy homes of their own. Now, we had a $3,000 grant program for down payment assistance, and I've heard from some folks in the housing industry that says, hey, with all the prime lending that fell through, that the rules changed, that a lot of the lenders now are asking for some reserve funds that the homeowners have to come in. So you just can't keep the same rules that we had 15 years ago, $3,000 for down payment assistance. If the rules change at the mortgage level, that they're saying, hey, instead of the $4,500 that you have to just put for down payment and for closing costs, you now have to have an additional $4,500, say for a house of $150,000, $160,000, you've got to have an additional so much money in reserves. So if we're seeing that we're not having the applications, that we're not putting out the money, we haven't done any kind of research or any kind of homework to determine why that reason is. Before I even came on the council, I remember then Mayor Henry Garrett saying, well, we've got all this accumulation of affordable housing dollars, but there's no mechanism for putting these dollars out. We're just accumulating the funds, and there's not any applications. Well, quite frankly, at the time, we weren't doing sufficient outreach. We got in partnership, and we worked with some of the realtors groups, some of the mortgage lenders, some of the title companies to see if we might be able to do some educational outreach and be able to help people qualify and be able to take advantage of those funds. And so we got some of that money moving. Again, because the rules changed here in recent years, to me, it seems like some of the applications that are going out haven't gone out in the same manner they had in previous periods. And so again, we're gonna put out this kind of money, and I know I'm in the minority and the majority's already voted, but there's two things that you're gonna have to really consider here. There was some analysis done about the land cost. The land cost is significant. We're paying, that land is worth $4 per acre. $4 per square foot, We're paying over $6 per square foot for that particular land. Now the hope, in my opinion, the hope all along for me was that maybe we might be able to get some affordable housing, and I'm talking about for homeownership, in some of the areas that have been stagnant, where growth has not happened. In District 3 is one. That district offers some land, raw land, greenfield development possibilities that are closer to our service systems. The lands are right there close to SPID and Greenwood, SPID and Old Brownsville Road. And a lot of the developers, a lot of the builders think everything has to be east of Everhart and south of Saratoga and now across the creek. And my hope was that in District 3, because the land there is still affordable, that we might be able to get some affordable housing in District 3. The reality is, if we're going to subsidize a project developer and we're going to allow them to pay and push them to pay by us giving them a big, huge grant, $6 and something cents a square foot, we're just going to inflate the price of land in District 3. And so, yeah, you're going to have a project like this that we're going to take great advantage of, but it's going to kill the opportunity for us to be able to develop those areas in single-family housing. In previous periods, we talked about all this industrial investment, all these people that might be able to afford homes. In previous periods, when you had Sherwin Aluminum, when you had Reynolds Aluminum, Reynolds or Sherwin Alumina and American Smelting in those days, you had all those areas around Moody, all that area around Prescott, got developed by people that worked in those plants, people that were involved in the labor movement and took advantage of those affordable houses in those areas. Those were the most affordable areas of town. That area still holds true, but the people that are going to move into this area or might be able to buy houses are not going to be able to buy houses in that area if we artificially inflate the cost of a square foot for those lands in those areas. And so again, I think that we're just shooting ourselves in the foot in terms of affordable housing. But you guys vote like you want. Thank you.
But just one clarification. I agree with what you're saying. The problem is that development of single-family residential areas in this district or any other district, that's a function of the free enterprise system. And the developers and the builders are not going in there. And if that land is so cheap, why aren't they going in there? They're not going in there for whatever reason, they're not making those decisions, whether they like a new birds and bells and whistles on this side or whatever, but there's not an incentive for them to go in there. And so you've got a developer that comes in here, and as I understand it, the staff's comment was that it's $11 return on our investment. For every dollar we're putting in, we're getting $11 back on the investment in terms of total value, and you're putting in, I don't know, 150, 175 people to have a house for $45,000, a living accommodation. You can't build a house for $45,000, and unless I've got my information. I agree with exactly. I would love for the private developer to go in there and get the cheaper land, but every day the sun comes up, they've got an opportunity to go over and buy as much as they want, and they're not doing it. So
give them
but we're still affordable housing is an issue that we've got to deal with. So, Ms. Guajardo?
Thank you. And to follow up on that, I don't think that is completely in our realm. It starts at the state level. So we have to remember, these guys don't get to just walk around and go, you know what, that looks good, $30,000 an acre, let's go do it there. They're abiding, back to my point on a workshop. I've never learned so much about this than the last week, or not even week, 3 days maybe. They have to go certain areas based on the schools, based on all these other elements in order for them to get funding. So, Mr. Garza, you're absolutely right. You got two tax credit developers, and they both go out to the greenfield, and they start bidding. It's a bidding war on one piece of property. They themselves are raising that property. If you and I go and buy the acreage right next to them, we're going to pay $30,000 an acre. But if you're a tax developer, tax project credit developer, it's the way the game's played. And it's not by their choice, it's the state. But here's the thing, as you just said perfectly. So we are going to subsidize that developer's deal. That's a tax dollar that we're talking about. We understand we need the affordable housing, but in this particular case, what I have a problem with is it's 30 units and it's 40, Mr. Garza said it perfectly. It's an amount of money we've never dreamed of giving anybody. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying, number one, when have we done that before? Number two, we absolutely are setting a precedent. And number three, in the certificate of formation for type A, it says up to $500,000 annually may be expended on affordable housing. So how are we expending $625,000 for 2 years is my question.
I can answer that, Councilwoman. Okay. So we began collecting in 2018, so we had $250,000 in 2018 because it was half a year, and we didn't expend it that year. Then the following year, last year, we had $500,000 that we earned, so that's $750,000, which we didn't spend. And then in fiscal 20, we have another $500,000, so that's where the $1,250,000 comes from. Okay. So we have not expended $1,250,000, so that's in the coffers.
But that says we've got the money to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
The purpose and the limitations say up to $500,000 annually may be expended on affordable housing. So we are saying, okay, we're going to make it $625,000 though. How is that okay if this is what it reads? I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
What you're saying is it's justified because the money's there because of rollover.
Because we didn't
Mr. Garza
spend
is
it,
saying we shouldn't even have rollover. We should be more actively looking for this, and that's a whole nother issue in itself. But what this says that we should, this is the rule. This is the law of type B. So I'm not even sure how type B passed a $625,000 payment, so to speak, to them, to anybody, when it says here it's 500, you can do 500. I don't know. That's what I need to know. It says 500. I'm not sure. And I understand the rollover, and I understand, all the money coming, where it's coming from.
Well, you still have the limitation of $500,000 per year, but that accumulates so that you're expending money from different years.
Where does it say this accumulates? This doesn't say, I mean, to me, this says, as authorized by the voters of the city, the corporation may expend monies as follows. A, 50% of the annual funds may be expended on the promotion and development of new and expanded business enterprises to the full extent allowed by Texas law. B, up to $500,000 annually may be expended on affordable housing. And C, the remainder of the annual funds may be expended for construction, maintenance, and repair costs of arterial and collector streets and roads. So I'm just wondering how did it even get to this point if it says 500,000 annually, and we're at 625?
Well, because you're spending money from multiple years.
I understand, but it says up to, Mr. Risley, it says up to 500,000 annually may be expended on affordable housing.
Yeah, you're spending money from multiple years. There's no prohibition on accumulating those different funding years together.
Well, you could read it the other way too. You know, as Mr. Garza said, this has the support and that's fine. And frankly, I'm very surprised with certain people on council who aren't giving this the attention they typically would to a financial detail such as these that we've seen. And again, it isn't. This has nothing to do with the project. It has nothing to do with the topic of affordable housing. It's nothing personal against my council member, my colleague here, but this just has to do with issues within this particular deal, if you will. It just does. I think that these funds could be spent, I guess, there could be better use for them. And with that, I'll ask about the CDC in Brownsville, from Brownsville. What are the Community Development Corporation of Brownsville. Whatever happened to their project, which was, I believe, homes? But where did that all go? I'm not even sure. I'm not sure if you were here at the time.
I think Keith is working on that one. He and I are still working that one through. That's a housing development where we would utilize a former park
Right,
for
Congress.
the location of the homes.
But where is that?
Keith
I
and
mean,
I
what's
had a
the status
conversation
of-
about a week ago. What's the status? Keith?
We did, and we're looking, and we'll be getting with the developer on establishing a pro forma on that, trying to get a little bit more detail on the design and what kind of cost and where we would end at on the back end of that development. The idea and the premise there was taking that park, taking a park and looking at it as an opportunity to do we use the word affordable housing, but housing that's affordable. And the idea there being absorbing the land cost and the development cost by some means on our ends, whether type A, type B, or
Well,
through
they would
some of
need
the
some
other
money, wouldn't
resources.
they?
Absorbing those costs, and that way the builder would only have the cost of the construction.
But so they
And
would need
then
some
the-
money, which wouldn't be there, correct?
The councilwoman on that deal, the gap, if you will, is the land value, and we don't know if they do need more money or not. But that program's kind of cornerstone or key principle is the land. We would give them the land for a fair price. It wouldn't be fair market price. it would
Right,
be-
but I'm sure they would need money. My point is there wouldn't be any. And
Not
we're
necess-
talking
well,
home ownership with
we have-
that project,
yeah.
correct?
We do. I want to remind the council that we do have continual funding sources for housing, the CDBG and home budget, which we're going to begin the process. We'll be getting the award letter from the federal government soon, and that's several $1 million that we have at our disposal as a community to do those types of projects. So the Type B funds is not the only funding source for affordable or other housing. We have CDBG home dollars. There's other grant dollars that Rudy may be looking at. We have our general fund. So we have numerous sources. We know that affordable housing is on the council's goals for something to address, and we need to look at more than just one funding source to do that.
So they're still in the works. I mean, in other words, we're going to hear from them.
Yes.
Yeah, we're working. Like I said, Keith and I met and looked where he looked at where we were in the project. He's doing some follow-up questioning that he and I came up with to talk to the Brownsville folks, and we'll be regrouping soon.
Okay, so if they are going to need money, you're saying there will be money.
I'm saying we have options for dollars, yes, but the big incentive there is the land value. And that's a big part of any development. Even this project here, the land value has come up several times.
Well, I
So,
know.
but we can look, yeah, we will look at it.
Yes.
There's more than one affordable housing project that we want to do in the city.
Okay. And Miles, yeah, I think the council needs to know exactly, I guess you could say, clarification on expending, which means none other than spend or use, versus paying more than or expending more than the 500,000, which is clearly what it says here.
Well, it also says it's expended over multiple years as well.
That's not what it says here. It says 500,000 annually may be expended on affordable housing. If this is the case, we do need to clarify it, because then we're going against this rule. We are saying we're gonna pay someone $125,000 more than what this says we are allowed to do, which is not legal.
This type of accumulation is consistent with past practice, and we can get a memo to city council on that matter.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'd say this is consistent with past practice, and we can get a memo to council on this matter as well.
What is consistent?
The accumulation of funds over multiple years.
And expending more than the amount listed?
We will get we will get a
Okay.
memo to council researching it and providing authority.
Thank you.
Are you finished?
I am.
Before Mr. Barrera, on Mr. Garza's thing, he hit on something, I think, and I don't know, we need to do it now, but part of the reason that money wasn't expended, either we didn't have enough applicants coming in, or there was some problem, and I think he's asked for, and I don't know whether it's in the process, but if it's not, is to really do a review of either a marketing effort or something to get more people to take advantage of this home buyer option. And, I don't know, it may be a hill too steep for home buyers to buy, depending on what that is. But I would like to have an answer, because if it's there and it's not being used, there's got to be a reason. Either it's a lack of marketing or a lack of structure, or I don't know. But anyway, Mr. Barrera, you had your line.
Mayor, if I may, we can get you a memo or something to let you know how type A funds have been spent over time, to give you a better idea, along with the memo that you'll be getting.
All right, but, I really like to follow up on what Rudy was wanting, is that we're saying that we've got the money here to help the bridge loans to get them into home ownership, but we just haven't had applications. Or we haven't been able to, I don't know, because the problem that you've got, if person is on the verge of being able to afford a house, it's not getting in the house that's the problem in my book. It's meeting the monthly payments. It's meeting the utility bills. It's meeting the insurance costs. So, you could be doing them a real disservice by giving them a fudge factor to get in the house. And now, here it is, baby. You got some brand new concrete shoes on. You just see how long you can swim with your utility bills, your taxes, your water. Your insurance bills. You're keeping your plumbing running and all this sort of stuff. I don't know. We may be doing those folks a disservice, and that's what we need to determine.
Right, when we assist folks for the down payment assistance program, there's a debt-to-income ratio. So we make sure that, because of the requirements that we have per HUD, we make sure that they meet that debt-to-income ratio. So when they're going into the home, we make sure that they don't have a lot of debt going in there. And they go through a homebuyer counseling class, just to also ensure of
That's
what
what
all
I just need to
entails.
make, if it needs some tweaking, if it's just, a lot of people don't, if they figure if I can't do it, I don't want to borrow money for a down payment, because if I got to borrow money for the down payment, I'm in a world of trouble. Usually people work and save to get the down payments, to bring that payment down as low as possible. So.
Yeah, Mayor, can I, we will, this is a tough program to administer. I know from experience in San Antonio, where we had a lot more money. In fact, we had $1 million.
I read some article about housing in San Antonio just this weekend.
Yeah, right.
Wasn't a real good article, but,
Yeah, exactly. So the first-time homebuyer client is, like you're saying, they're right on the verge of, so a lot of times in San Antonio, they would process the client, and at the last minute, their other financing would fall through, and it's just a real tough one to work. You have
Yeah.
to stay on it. I think Rudy's doing a good job in getting, we can always do more, but getting the outreach out there and working with the clients. But from experience, this is a tougher clientele to serve.
That's
Yeah,
what
the
I'm
one
thinking.
paycheck from being,
Yeah.
you know.
Excuse me.
Mr. Breyer?
Yeah, turn around. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I agree with you, Rudy. You know, I was part of that group too. And I think obviously we need to revisit it. And you know, I have some personal friends because I was at that age in my early 30s. Or, no, I guess late 30s. But what is it that utilize that program so that way they could be a first-time home buyer? The challenge here is this isn't for typically home buyers. These individuals wouldn't qualify for homes. I mean, I know, you know, we're threading the needle to make the 1.2 million fit within the 30 units. It's a total of 60 units, 51 of which are affordable, but 30 that fall into the 1.2 million. As someone that worked on to assist to help them procure the 8.5 million, you know, it's just, once again, I've just been quite comfortable with all that. In fact, I reached out to a couple of government teachers and I said, this is a great case study of how government works, and as well as the politics. And I really enticed one student when we talked with a government teacher about, I said, there was even a social media campaign against it. And leading into that, the perception, it's my perception that the scrutinization is because of the perception, which is frustrating, because then we're not arguing facts. We're arguing about a perception. We can't argue about a perception. You know, this body last week voted to provide 3 letters of, on a different agenda item with regard to affordable housing, 3 letters of support to 3 separate projects. Fish Pond at Chaparral, the land cost is, they included in their proposals $1 million for 2.58 acres at $392,000 an acre. Washington Coles Apartments, the request is for $2 million at 1.79 acres. I mean, and in excess of $1 million an acre. And the example that I bring in that is there was no scrutinization of that because of the perception. We just approved it blindly because we said we don't want to get involved and we want to give away our choice. So it gets frustrating. You're right. I'm frustrated. I'm very frustrated because, once again, it's in my district. I think it's a great project. I think I have to commend the developer for using all the tools that were available to get it financed. They're obviously taking in. They've agreed to ensure that it's affordable housing for at least 40 years. So with that, I move to approve.
All right, there's a motion second to Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, if there's a motion on, I was just going to say that my questions were answered. The most important one was, if we don't move with the 1.2 million, will we lose the project or the potential GLO funding? And that was answered. The answer was yes. Second thing is when you have $500,000 a year, but we've been accumulating that money, then that means we're always going to have $750,000 that will never ever be spent. So, just want to throw those 2 things out there, but I do plan on voting for approval. So thank y'all. I know this has been fun, but hey, I'm glad I'm alive and I'm glad y'all are alive too.
We are too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are too. Mr. Roy?
I feel like that wrestler that's waiting to get tagged in. So I've sat here and listened to last week and this week a lot of information about all of the projects related to affordable housing. And as many of you know, I spent the last 27 years in residential lending. It's my 3rd career. Prior to that, healthcare, and prior to that in the military. But I have 27 years of experience, in particular in residential lending. A couple issues that I want people to understand overall, and Rudy, correct me if I'm wrong. Number one, when you go back and you take a look at the fact that originally there was $20,000 given per individual. When you look at the rules, and the rules have greatly changed since 2007 when Dodd-Frank came in and changed the rules. The rules changed for FHA, they changed for VA, they changed for conventional and USDA. And part of that problem is, I wouldn't say problem, but the way they looked at it prior to this, if you went forward and you looked at a debt ratio, they only looked at the individual's debt ratio. Then they came up with the rule around 2008 and they said, look, we're gonna look at the household's debt ratio. So they started including the spouse, girlfriend, boyfriend, anybody that lives in that household that makes an income. So in terms of being able to meet that debt ratio, because you could no longer say I'm the applicant, you had to include your spouse. Whether they wanted to be on the loan or not, you had to include their debt ratio. So it's made this program become harder and harder. The $20,000, reducing it down to 10 is just common sense when it comes to the standpoint that when you look at the amount overall that you're allowed to do in terms of credits, the $20,000 wasn't getting used because they cannot sit there. When you look in terms of down payment or you look at the closing cost, you look at all those things, then credits have to be used in a specific manner. So I understand that. That makes sense. But the bottom line is that when you look at the automated underwriting system that is put in place that says, yes, you're going to be approved, or no, you're not going to be approved, unless you are running those individuals through an automated underwriting system prior to you sending them to that lender, you don't have a clue. You look at the debt ratio, but you don't look at, and you look at their credit score, right? But you don't look at their overall debt. So it is a complicated process. I'm saying all that because I don't want to get involved today. Like I can go on and talk more and more about how credit and underwriting and all that is in the mortgage industry. But I want to look at this specific situation where we're at. Because I keep hearing people talk about apples and oranges. It really is kind of apples and oranges what we're talking about here. But I don't necessarily know, and you would know this better than I, Rudy, that is this program right now going to deter the overall housing program for people asking for $10,000 grants? When I talked to you, Rudy, last year you expended $170,000. You had 17 people that basically got to the point where it was a go, it was a green light all the way. Not the number of applicants. If you take a look at the number of applicants on a quarterly basis, you're at probably 40 or 50 applicants. Then you got to whittle it down to individuals that want to go forward with the process. Then you got to make sure you find the collateral when it goes through appraisal process that isn't impeded by the appraisal saying, okay, this place needs a reroute or the roof's caving in or whatever the case is. By the time it actually makes it to the entire process, in 1 year, you lent $170,000 for that program, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's $170,000. That gives you an idea for everybody that asks how much they need to be able to operate on average. What did you do the year before in terms of monies that came out of that fund?
I don't have that exact dollar amount, but usually year to year, it's very similar.
It's about the same. So 150 to 170. Maybe you had a good year. It was 200,000. So, right? And that's for the entire city for that program. Okay, so with that, I want to talk about this program. One of the things that I look at for this housing is I see soft cost. I see soft costs that were mentioned because last week the question was asked, if we do not approve 100%, can you do this project? And I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but you said when you looked at this project, it was tight. Isn't that the word you used? You said it's tight. So there wasn't a breakdown either in terms of the construction cost, actual cost. And I know we talked to you about that last week as far as the soft cost and the actual physical cost. Now I'm gonna put my commercial lending hat on. If you're asking me to give you money and I don't understand what those soft costs are and I don't understand what your actual cost to build is and I'm looking at that itemization, I'm gonna sit there and ask a lot of questions. That just makes sense. I definitely know in the future that board needs to look at those things. They need to be able to have that information to make an intelligent decision before it gets to this council. In this particular case, I don't think we have a solution today. I think holding up your project, where we know that we got a one-time shot at $8 million because of the hurricane. We don't use that money, it goes away. We definitely are broken when it comes to affordable housing. And I do think that we can put our heads together and come up with some programs in the future that are going to be very viable and can get us back on track for making sure that we educate them, that the FICO scores, all those things, so that we have a higher success ratio when they come in as an applicant excited about being a homeowner. You know, so if you're taking 40 people on average a quarter, that's 160 to 200 people. And you're telling me in the end, you got 17 people that make it through the window to become a homeowner. We've got to work on that number. This today is not the time to do that. We've got to make a decision to go forward with this project. We know what the return is on this project. We understand what the ratio is as far as what this will yield us and what the value is long term. So I tag out now. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, there was a lot of questions there, and Councilman Roy had touched on them about the soft cost, how that was not presented to Type B. And I'm not sure why they voted it out of Type B without getting that information, or even the construction costs. There were some questions I know Ms. Summers had asked about the construction costs and what it was going to be cost per unit. I think the final cost was $212,000 per unit. It seemed you could build houses for that, but I mean, in terms of construction cost. But since we didn't get that information, it seems like, you know, we're making this decision based on that. But the question I had was this $8.1 million from the GLO. Is there a time constraint on it? What's the time constraint on it?
We'll have the developer answer that.
Ray Lucas will answer that.
I mean, Harvey was quite a while ago.
Ray Lucas from San Antonio, Texas. They're expecting us to be able to tell them that you guys are approving 1.250 today, because just the way the GLO works, it's a fast track. They expect us to close on May 15th. This is not us pushing you. We're being pushed. We got the letter from them December 8th saying we had to, you know, step through these hoops. I begged them to slow down because Christmas and all this, and so.
Do you have some documentation to that?
Well, there's the agreement with GLO. I think I've provided it to them that says that we have to close by May 15th, yes.
So you have to close by May 15th. What's your back time from that?
What's that?
What is your back time from that? What do you have to do between now and then?
Okay, well, we're spending money right now because the 4B board had approved it. We had no idea that there would be this much pushback.
Well, you do understand it is somewhat of a sweetheart deal.
Well, so it may seem like a sweetheart deal, but we're guaranteeing that if it's overruns, we're going to cover the downside, and if there's savings, there's going to be a clawback provision that gives you money back. And so we're spending money up through March 15th to submit plans and permits to the city. That's about $500,000 worth of work to submit to the city in hopes that we'll have approved plans by May 1, so we can close on May 15th. We've got to get Wells Fargo on board and our contractor on board, though we're pretty much working off numbers from Casa de Manana, which is the same product, which is a project that's being built pretty close by on Old Brownsville Road. So would we like to have a lot slower process where we could provide a lot more detailed information? But this is affordable housing, and this is how we have to motor through these things, all coming together right before closing. Ultimately, we're going to have to cost certify what we spend, And what we don't spend, if we spend less than what the budget is, then you're going to not have to give us all the money that you're entitled to. So
So
we plan-
so what you're saying is that all the costs associated with it has to be come through our housing department for approval or for review?
Well, I think what we do is we get to the end and then we just provide all the costs and show where they're all the
So
costs
there's no
are.
tracking in between, it's just at the very end?
If they want to be part of the draw process, they can, but all these costs are got to go through the GLO for approval, the GLO signing off on them as part of the draw process. Wells Fargo signing off on them as part of the draw process. I mean, you could join in, be part of the process, but they're going to be signing off on all the draws as well.
Okay, and I just want to say for the record, this has nothing to do with you specifically or your company, to say that, you know, we have some concerns here. The concerns are the amount that we're investing for the, what's qualified for type B, in terms of the amount, what precedence that sets with our group here, and how, you know, we're looked at in terms of fairness. Okay, I'd always said that my view of government is not to pick winners and losers, but to make sure everybody has a fair playing ground to compete for that funding. And if we do some special sweetheart, I call it the sweetheart deal, for you, then I would imagine that would be the expectation for others.
I'll
And
come
that-
back to every council meeting you have and say that it's not, you did not set a precedence for us.
Well, be that as may, we still have that issue. There's some thoughts around the cost per square foot. I did not question the purchase price of the property. Honestly, I don't really, that's not what I look at. I don't look at your profit margins. I don't look at any of that. What I'm looking at is what our investment is and what the final cost to the consumer is. So, I mean, just looking at it from that perspective, I want to say that I feel that I cannot support this deal at the levels. I would support it at a lower level, more in line with the 20,000 per unit, which would be 600,000, and that's what I would support. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I want to be real brief on this. I think it's been well established that this is one shot. It's GLO money that comes from Hurricane Harvey. And if we don't approve this today, it's gone. That's $8.1 million that won't come into Corpus Christi. We've also had another $3.3 million in private investment. Again, if we don't approve this today, it's gone with it. I don't think it is precedent setting because we haven't done GLO before and we probably won't do it in the future. This is strictly because of Hurricane Harvey. We get 51 units that are in the affordable market. Now, if you go through our planning on there, there's a 30-unit bar and a 51, but there will be 51, and correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody's nodding their heads. We're adding 51 units there with it. That's $24,000 a unit. I think the discussion today has been very good. We see some issues we have in our affordable housing. We're not there yet. We see San Antonio. We need to do better on the land. I checked into the comps. Thanks to Diana on there, that was a concern. But after I looked into the comps, I saw it was within the boundaries on it. I checked into land history. That land is not traded in a number of years. There were no sign of flipping or other things that you would look for. To me, it's a lot of economic development. I don't know if the housing fund was the way to come out of it because, like I'm saying, it brings money to this community we wouldn't get otherwise. So if we turn this down today, we can wave goodbye to $11 million because it's going to go to Houston or someplace else with it. So I'm supporting it for that reason, but I agree with what Councilman Hernandez, Councilwoman Fajardo have to say about we've got to work hard on there and try to bring the cost down to affordable housing. But I'm supportive. Thanks.
Mr. Garza?
I'm just going to respond a little bit, and I know that we're going to approve it. It's going to pass. Councilman Smith, there's no need to worry about that. First off, we're talking about apples and oranges. We approved, or we asked that we go ahead and do a blanket recommendation of 3 different projects. There wasn't some monies asked for those particular projects, so you are comparing apples and oranges. When you talk about saying we're going to give this recommendation, there's no cost other than the time that we spend arguing and debating who should get those letters of recommendation. So that's just one thing that I'm trying to point the differences out in this particular proposal. I'm not against affordable housing. I think getting the dollars from the GLO is a great effort. I think it's good to get for the community. I worry about the dollars coming out of the Type A or Type B dollars that in my opinion are designated for home ownership. We talked, Rudy, the question was asked about 17 applications or 17 approvals for $10,000 buy down. The buy down is one part of, I think, the affordable housing products that we offer. I think there's also $3,000 in down payment assistance. What's the number that we asked for in terms of, how many applicants do we actually help with the $3,000 buy down, down payment assistance over the last year or so?
It's up to $10,000 of down payment assistance.
Is that what you're giving now? It's not 3,000?
Right, it's up to
Okay.
10,000. Not everybody gets a full 10,000 based on a gap analysis, but it is up to 10,000.
Okay, so we're talking,
So it's the same
so
17.
what we've expended is $170,000.
On the Type A side, $170,000. On the home program, $170,000.
Okay, I think that we still, at some point, need to have a workshop, maybe form a committee to figure out if there's some products that we need to explore doing in order to be able to help in home ownership. I know that our population has some issues and some challenges with credit scores, or FICO scores and everything else, but I think that we need to figure out what it is that we can do so that we can better utilize those dollars that were intended for that particular purpose and figure out what we can do to do a better job than we've been doing. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wartho?
Thank you. I want to clarify that my concerns are not about GLO monies. I don't think anybody up here is saying we should, let that fly by the wayside. Our job is not necessarily or foremost to be guarding the GLO dollar. It's to be guarding the taxpayer's dollar. And so I just want to make it clear, number one, I'm not against, as Mr. Garza just said, affordable housing. What I am for is guarding the taxpayer dollars, which are coming from Type B. And so I think that a lot of this probably also has to do with the fact that the Type B board, and this wasn't fair to them at all, received that packet that morning. And that's not fair. That would be like us receiving our agenda the morning of our meeting. How that happened and why that happened, I don't know. And that's probably a good question for someone to answer.
Council member, it was actually posted the Friday before. It
Okay,
was on
so-
Legistar the Friday before,
And they were
the
told?
Monday. Pardon me?
They were told, is that typical or is that?
Yes, ma'am. It has to be 72 hours ahead of time.
Right, but do they know that or do they receive paper? Do they typically receive that?
I
or how
believe
does-
there's one board member that receives a hard copy, yet the others utilize the Legistar.
So
the
then
electronic.
everybody did receive theirs, well, minus
Yes,
the
ma'am.
paper.
It was posted, yes, ma'am, on the Friday. So they would have had to have gone and accessed it. But yes, ma'am, it was on the website, on the Legistar site.
Okay, it was my understanding, I thought we brought that up last time and y'all said they had,
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I just know that typically we get an email also, as does the board, on the Friday before with the packet.
That was posted.
okay. Well, either way, I think at the end of the day, and I've said this several times, the education on this is critical because we're being asked to approve, hundreds of thousands of dollars on something that we don't, I don't think anybody fully understands. It's a very complicated system on, how all this works. But either way, no one wants to lose money on anything. I just think it's a matter of understanding how this all came to be and what is the better thing for our area and the tax dollar spent. Thank you.
You can tell we're getting close to the end because Mr. Molina's light is on.
Got a really long speech prepared.
We're all gonna listen.
I'll be brief. Yeah, I'm going to support this project because I'm a big fan of revitalization and infill development, and this project checks off those boxes. And I believe that once the construction is complete and residents are moving in, that it's going to lead to even more economic development, which is going to lead to even more job creation, which is going to be a big win for our city. So for those reasons, I'm going to support this project.
All right, Mr. Roy?
Just one last thing, because I think this is important. Many of us know about Prospera, and we've been to the ribbon cuttings or organizations like this, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands, especially in the audience, that this is affordable housing, but it's a little bit more than that. I've had the opportunity to talk to some of the children out in Calallen that benefit from the program out there, the tutoring, a lot of the things that they bring to the table after hours, a lot of the things that they do within that small community. And so we have to, it's hard to just sit there and compare bricks and mortar. There's a lot more to this program. And I think that's important. And I think it's a really good stepping stone. I know personally, and this isn't, you know, I was driving down the street when a kid, with my daughter and a couple kids in the car, and they went past the Calallen place, and they said, you know, my mommy and daddy told me that those people, they're freeloaders. They don't pay for anything. And I just explained to them that, no, those are people that work, and they're hardworking people that are trying to get ahead. I know 3 people myself that had some tragic life events, what they went through, and they were able to rent and take care of their kids, single parents, in that facility. 2 of them a product of divorce, and the other one a product of their spouse passing away. And then be able to do some of those other things like the tutoring and all the other things that they bring. So I just want everybody to understand that. We're talking about programs like this. We're not just talking about brick and mortar. So thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor and there's a second. Is there any public comment? Yes, ma'am, I'm fixing to ask for public comment now. You're first in line. Come ahead.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, my name is Gloria Scott. I live at 4422 South Alameda. I am rising to speak because last week, well, the last meeting, part of this discussion, I thought, ended in the fact that a workshop for you all, and somebody mentioned it today on the side, was going to be held because a lot of the issues are tripart level. The whole notion of affordable housing, do people want it? And again, the perceptions, for example, the kids who said, these people are freeloaders that you just mentioned, that they thought about it at Calallen. The woman who was here who had to leave real fast because she's from Houston, the 3 sections, and I think you were included with one of those. I had good notes on all of them. It sounds to me really as though what is needed before you really make a decision about this is this workshop. Hopefully it would come out because people say, well, I don't want to say, but I mean, well, what? That's as a person in the community, I'm wondering. And the GLO money, as we all know, is interestingly tied to things. And I think, as I understand it, maybe I'm just not figuring, would be available, you're talking about to May 15th or whatever. There's lots of time. You can have workshops or things before your meetings and all to sit down and gravel down on this and get expertise in. Or to the land, the 3 projects, for example, the part of the land project that was the woman had back there was the Washington Coles land and so forth. And the costs of the, you'd attach together the cost and the, well, I wrote it down. Anyway, I would still suggest that, and obviously I can't tell you what to do, but I think members in the community really a lot of us, because we had lots of discussion about that last week after the meeting. The people who were sitting in the back and all, and we said, oh, good, they're going to have a workshop, and maybe we can even just sit on the side, not even be involved in it or whatever, to hear what they say. But certainly that the workshop would be done, and there would be a definite understanding by all 9 of you individually and collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comment on item number 7?
Mayor, real quick question. Apologize. Did we have any opinion from the bond council as to if we could expend it this way?
There are no bonds on the Type B, therefore we don't go to bond council with Type B questions.
Or maybe I should rephrase that, financial advisor.
I don't think we talked to the financial advisor.
No?
It
Okay.
wouldn't be in his purview.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Any public comment? All right, seeing none, the motion and the second on the floor for approval of item 7, ordinance authorizing Type B affordable housing agreement with TG 110 Village at Greenwood GP LLC. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right, call the roll, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So for passage of ordinance number 7 on its second reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hunter, Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Barrera, Garza,
No.
Guajardo,
No.
Hernandez.
No.
The ordinance passes.
All right, that gets us down to item number 9. Who wanted to pull? I think there were 2 people wanted to pull that one. Who wanted to pull that one? All right, who will be handling item number 9?
I will, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities.
I appreciate that this was a reduction in cost over time. I guess it's a multi-year contract that you got a discount from. Is that
Yes, sir.
kind of what it is? I'm a little concerned that the agreement was signed in the package. Normally it comes as their signature, and we don't sign it until after it's approved by council. This seems different. What happened here?
That was the original, the one that's in your package right now. That was the original contract that was awarded last year.
Okay, so I see the date on this one, but I didn't see is the additional contract further down on this one, or?
It's an amendment.
Yeah, just changing the term
Okay.
of the agreement.
Okay.
Do you see it?
All right, the last thing I need is this the only vendor that does this?
For this product? No, sir.
No? So this was just to expand the existing agreement. We didn't go out for bid.
Right, yes, sir. See, the contract was awarded last year.
Well, I
and
know
we
that.
would have had
I
the
understand
option
that,
to
but by
exercise it, but it was
by
renegotiated.
extending it, you kind of eliminate any kind of bid process going forward. But as I understand, is it just for 1 year? I mean, the original contract was just for 1 year, right?
It was 1 year with 2 1-year options periods.
Okay. Seems like a little out of process. Is it?
I can probably shed some light on that. So you may recall about 6 months or so ago, I think, we came forward and we were studying some different chemicals to possibly replace this chemical. And that process prompted this firm to actually drastically lower their costs because they saw potential of us moving away from the product.
Okay, I'm not complaining that we reduce our costs. That's a good thing, right? So I want to leave it at that. But it
Yeah.
seemed a little out of
That's
process.
why it's a little odd, but it's still a very good deal for the city.
No, I'm there with you. Just wanted to follow the process. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Well, I'd like to thank the Water Department and the Purchasing Department. So in our packet, it says we're going to have a savings of $2,536,000 over the next 3 years, correct?
Yes, sir. That's
On
correct.
there. And as a city moving forward, this goes on your water bills. So again, Thank you, Water Department. Thank you, Purchase Department, for having an alternate to get some competition in there and saving we ratepayers $2.5 million. Job well done.
Oh, well, thank you, sir.
All right, entertain a motion. Anybody got any other questions?
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion and second on item number 9. Any further discussion on the part of the council? Any public comment? Item number 9. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that gets us through item 13, says we'll get us through lunch, so let's do that. Is there someone, there's not that many items left. Is someone specifically here for an item on the agenda that we could deal with before we take the lunch break, save you time?
Number 18, Mayor.
Huh?
Number 18 for Lip Fund.
18, all right, let's do that one quickly if people are here that we could get that dealt with and get them on their way. Anybody have any objection to that? Okay. 18. Yeah, don't talk us out of it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah, good afternoon. Mike Culbertson with your Corpus Christi Regional EDC with good news. What we have is a request for from Lift Fund for $100,000 of seed money for a revolving loan. So this would be in our community using small business. Remember, one of the goals is to help small business. One of the goals of Type A is to help the small business and in Type B. So this would be, the Type B would do $100,000. It would go into there, and it would be revolving fund to be loaned to small businesses, so that when they pay back, that loan balance stays up there at $100,000. If for some reason there's a default, and they're doing very well on collection, if there is a default, Lift Fund would make it up. And I want you to know that this is happening in El Paso, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. And remember, when they're doing now, it's not for profit. So yes, they will loan this out, get money, but they put the money right back into here. And the money they use for loans within Corpus Christi is money that they've borrowed from other places, banks, and banks have done that for them. And they use that to loan to our small businesses. This way, we're in it. There's also the city manager has had a challenge, to other entities within the community to help with this, to do the another 100,000. So it went through the Corpus Christi Regional EDC Board twice. It's gone through Type B. We heartily recommend it, and it's just a great program. It's a great program because not only do they have small businesses and those small businesses grow. Last time I did an analysis, because they used to have this great database in the state of Texas called Socrates, and of course they did away with it. But last time I did it was 2015. Small business account for about 30% of our economy. 30%. Imagine, what happens when things like that, 2008 happens and it goes away. So this is very important, and we, our board, Type B board, and myself strongly recommend. And I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, Mr. Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, thank you so much for bringing
Oh,
this
and
to us.
I have two people, Sarah and Laura from the Lift Fund also.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Thanks for bringing this to us, and thank you, Sarah and Laura. Just a couple of things. I'm going to make some comments. First off, typically the 4B fund makes a contribution annually to be able to buy down interest. And the way their program works is that they'll borrow the money from another lender, of which they have to mark it up. Now, this money is just intended for the area with which the coastal bend or the city for the taxpayer. But since it's a perpetual loan fund, then they don't have they don't have to mark up the interest, because now they're utilizing this funds particularly for their own revolving program. So as we contribute here, it's actually going to help reduce the amount of money that just goes away to cover the buy down of interest to help another bank. And then this program, as I said before, is very personal to me, You know, back, I guess it was now, it's been 8 years. You know, I was a recipient of this program simply because when I decided to go back into business for myself, I took a vow of poverty because I had 3 college-age children, and you know, I was loaded in debt. I paid my bills, but my debt ratio was out of line because, and as well as all the unsecured debt that I had. So I went to the people at Lyft. Back then it was called Acción. That's right. So I went to Acción, was able to take my office out of my house, moved into an office building here, not far from here, and now we have 6 on the staff. And paid the loan off early, and you know, it was just a great program. And I know there's a lot of other business owners like that who have the same challenges. And so, once again, I'm just a big supporter of them. They've done great work. Thank you so much.
Need a motion? Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. And Mike, I wanted to say thank you for sending me the financial information for the LIFT fund. I'll be looking forward to the 2019 information when that comes out. I did have a question on that. In 2018, the LIFT fund spent $738,000 on consultants. Actually, $738,719 on consultants. Do you know what that was for, or why the exorbitant cost on that? That was up from the 2017 amount of $488,558.
I do not know, but I can find that out for you and get it back to you. This is 2 readings, so I can get that back to you.
Okay, just want to get some information as to how you guys are spending money, and you know, I've actually talked to a few people and that look at your financials, and they said you guys are doing a great job, relatively speaking, to the industry. But ultimately, you know, I wouldn't be living up to my moniker of extreme fiscal tightwad from the Caller Times if I didn't ask the question.
All right, sir.
Okay,
I'll
so
get that.
thank you.
There's a motion and a second on item number 18. Any other comment? Any comment from the public? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 18 passed. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hmm? Thank you. Oh, okay. Hold on here. Let me get Ms. Huerta's legal stuff here. All right. Council will go into executive session on item 21 per the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, and we shall return.
Mayor, for the record, Councilmember Smith will be abstaining, recusing himself rather from this item. Yeah, he's gonna eat.
What? All right. All right. Okay, well, see ya. We'll reset.
I'll go get the sandwich.
Yeah.
Want help estimating your monthly charge for water use? Head over to the City of Corpus Christi's Water Calculator website at water-calculator.cctexas.com. Just answer 2 questions. What is your monthly consumption? Your water consumption is listed on the second page of your utility bill using single-digit numbers. A number 1 for consumption is equal to 1,000 gallons. Enter the single-digit number. Next, what is your meter size? Some accounts have more than 1 meter. For accounts with multiple meters, you need to run the calculator for each one. Your residential meter size will be either 5/8 and 3/4 or 1. The most common meter size is 5/8 and 3/4, but if you are unsure, call 361-826-2489. Otherwise, select your meter size. Then press Calculate. It's that simple. Enter your meter consumption, enter your meter size, then click Calculate. Finally, the water calculator will show your residential water use estimate for a 30-day billing cycle. To use the water calculator, check it out at water-calculator.cctexas.com. Zero. That is the amount of fatalities the city is aiming for with its new program, Vision Zero. The Vision Zero initiative is to promote safety for pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, and boaters. The City of Corpus Christi kicked off the Vision Zero initiative that aims to eliminate fatalities and severe injuries on roadways and waterways. The initiative promotes walking, biking, driving, and sailing safely. City Council celebrated a proclamation and approved a resolution declaring Corpus Christi as a Vision Zero community with a commitment to save lives and decrease roadway and waterway accidents. City Council asked residents to read and follow the Vision Zero Safety Pledge and explained why this program is important.
What really brought it to the forefront for me was back in 2018, we had a high school student that was killed in front of King High School. It was very unfortunate. She was 15, 16 years old. She was walking to school or walking from school. And she's 15 years old, she had her whole life ahead of her. And there's no telling what she could have accomplished in her life, and we'll never know now. So it is important that we take this seriously.
The goal of Vision Zero is to save lives and decrease traveling accidents, something Corpus Christi needs. According to the Streets Department, there were 174 fatalities on the roadways in the last 5 years, with 38 fatalities in 2019. In the last 3 years alone, there have been 59 serious pedestrian injuries and 37 fatalities, in addition to 12 serious bike injuries and 3 fatalities. CCPD issued 9,000 citations for distracted driving in the last 3 years. Corpus Christi is the 4th Texas city to implement the Vision Zero initiative, and the program will be kept in mind when constructing future street projects.
We've reached out to our planning community and our engineering community to keep in mind safety features, adding bike lanes, adding wider sidewalks, ADA ramps, adding lighting. And don't take out lighting as far as pedestrian lighting and even street lighting. Keep lighting in projects, keep signals in projects. Add audible signals where the deaf and the blind could use the crosswalk and the signal as well. We've implemented those kind of actions with our engineering community, so when we're designing our roadway projects, to keep those safety elements in mind.
Here are some safety tips to follow when traveling. When driving, obey speed limits and signs. Look for people biking and walking. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't text and drive. Every passenger must be buckled up. If biking, pay attention to the traffic around you. Watch for turning vehicles. Bike in the same direction as traffic. Outfit your bike with the required lights and reflectors. If walking, watch for turning vehicles and people biking. Cross at a marked crosswalk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, and carry a light when it's dark out. To take the safety pledge or for more safety tips, visit www.cctexas.com/Vision Zero. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
Twenty 2019 was a very big year for the City of Corpus Christi's engineering department. Dozens of projects were completed in 2019, and many of them were bond projects that the citizens voted on. Let's start off with the downtown area improvements, which has new flower beds, pet waste stations, and trash cans. The 105-year-old fountain named Queen of the Sea, which is located at the intersection of Lower Broadway and People Street, saw some improvements and is now running like new. The city also did several street reconstruction projects: Ayers between Ocean Drive and Alameda, South Alameda from Ayers to Louisiana, Old Robstown Road between Highway 44 and Leopard, Yorktown between Everhart and Staples, and last but not least, Corona Drive from Flynn Parkway to Everhart Road. These projects saw utility improvements, new sidewalks, traffic signals, and a whole reconstruction of the street. 2019 also saw our engineering department improve our water lines around the city. The 16-inch water line that runs under Alameda from Everhart to Airline was replaced, which will help improve water pressure. North Beach also saw some improvements with the Bond 2012 North Beach Area Improvement and Beautification Project. It saw improvements to the roadways and enhanced on-street parking. It also added extra seating around the area so you could enjoy the beauty of Corpus Christi. The Naval Air Station wasn't left out. With the Navy Army Station Corpus Christi Waterline Extension project being completed, there is now a 10-inch water main along a 2-mile stretch of Ocean Drive and Island Boulevard that ultimately feeds a ground storage tank inside the air station. The popular West Guth Park also got some improvements. There's new walkways and a new pavilion, and the city has put in new landscaping, so if you're looking for a nice park to take your family to, look no further than West Guth. Other projects that got completed in 2019 are CCAD Industrial Security Enclave Project, which saw security improvements. The Corpus Christi Airport had replaced aprons with new and improved concrete aprons, and the Museum of Science and History got a new roof and some new landscaping. There are plenty of more projects that will be completed in 2020, so if you want to stay up to date on our latest projects, go to www.cctexas.com/ENG News.
Need help keeping up with your collection schedule? Download the Recycle Coach app. Just search your address, confirm, and you're on your way. Search how and where to dispose of household items. There's also a calendar view. Download Recycle Coach on the App Store or Google Play for the latest schedules, alerts, and recycling tips from Solid Waste Services. You can also access the app through the city's solid waste webpage at www.ccwasteplace.com. Wastewater fees rise during the summer months and fall during the winter months. Wouldn't it be nice if wastewater charges were more consistent? Well, now the City of Corpus Christi offers a new way to calculate wastewater charges. It's called Wastewater Winter Quarter Averaging. Wastewater Winter Quarter Averaging is a way to charge residents for the water that leaves their home using an average. Here's how the city finds out this average.
Once we have a winter quarter average for this particular residence, and that's done by taking 3 months and averaging them and coming up with one average for the month, we'll take a rate and apply it to that at average. So for example, if your winter quarter average was 4,000 gallons, we would charge you $32.60 for the first 2,000 gallons, and then $6.69 each for the 2,000 gallons after that.
Once the information is collected, the water department will put your winter average into the city system. The new wastewater charge will be seen in the April or May utility bill, no later than the June 2020 bill. The city will be reviewing winter quarter averages and measure a new average for residential customers every year. The water department recommends watching how much water you use.
I think that people have control over how much water they use, and we certainly want our customers to be conscientious and aware of that all year long, but especially during our winter months when their winter quarter average will be calculated, and then that will dictate what their wastewater charges will be for that next 12-month period.
If you have questions or concerns about the winter quarter averaging, call the city's call center at 361-826-CITY. That's 361-826-2489. Rip currents. They're narrow, fast-moving channels of water starting near the beach and extending offshore. Think of the current as a treadmill. It can travel as fast as 8 feet per second. Great weather for the beach does not always mean it's safe. Rip currents often form on calm, sunny days with waves only 2 to 3 feet high. They're quite fast coming along our Gulf Coast and can be deadly to new swimmers. Here are some tips on handling a rip current and possibly saving your life. Always remember to stay relaxed. Trying to swim against a rip current uses up energy you needed to survive and escape the rip current. One of the most important things to remember: wave, yell, swim parallel. Rip currents don't pull you under, they pull you away from the shore. Wave and yell for help and swim parallel along the shoreline until you escape the current's pull. If you feel you can't swim, don't panic. Keep your head above water, face the shore, and call and wave for help. If possible, only swim at beaches with lifeguards. The City of Corpus Christi beach warning flags only fly when lifeguards are in the stands and are put up within 30 minutes of their arrival. The top flag will be white with a red cross followed by a green, yellow, or red flag for surf conditions. Green means there's low hazard surf conditions, yellow for medium, and red for high. Keep an eye on these flags. If conditions change throughout the day, the flags do too. If you choose to swim on beaches without a lifeguard, never swim alone. Take a friend and have that person take a cell phone so they can call 911 for help. Also, check water conditions before going in by looking at the local beach forecast before you leave for the beach. For more information, visit cctexas.com or call the Corpus Christi Beach office at 361-826-3469. That's 361-826-3469. Remember, when in doubt, don't go out. Did you know Solid Waste Services has the Litter Critter program? And now they're adding a new community cleanup trailer to help residents clean up an entire block. We'll explain the difference and show you how to sign up. The Litter Critter program provides a large brush collection truck to 2 or more neighbors to dispose of brush and small household items.
We'll place at a residence. Up to 3 homes can participate together, cleaning up their yards. They can trim their trees. They can remove shrubs. They can load up furniture and stuff like that. And then on Monday mornings, we'll come and pick up the truck.
The program is free unless the load contains banned items such as appliances, tires, household hazardous waste, construction materials, dead animals, flammable or hazardous materials, ammunition, and asbestos. The Community Cleanup Program provides community groups with a cleanup trailer that contains supplies and equipment to beautify a city block or host a large-scale event.
We'll drop off 2 roll-off containers, like 40-yard boxes that you can fill with all the waste that you collect that day. And then we'll also have another trailer that you can put tires in so we can keep it separate from the rest of the waste collected.
The cleanup trailer carries shovels, rakes, gloves, bags, trash pickers, mosquito spray, safety glasses, and other litter cleanup materials. Solid Waste Services recommend reserving the trailer in advance. Residents can mail or fax Litter Critter applications to Solid Waste Services. To reserve time for the community cleanup trailer, call 361-826-1966. Both programs are free and on a first-come, first-served basis. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
This week's feature is the Corpus Christi Bridge Walk. Every month on the Sunday following First Friday Art Walk, you can get your blood pumping with the Bridge Walk 5K. The Bridge Walk starts at the historic Heritage Park at 8:30 a.m. and goes over Corpus Christi's most iconic structure, the Harbor Bridge. At the top of the bridge, you'll get a bird's-eye perspective of the USS Lexington, the Texas State Aquarium, and the downtown skyline. If heights aren't your thing, you can take the alternative 5K path along the bayfront, enjoying the beautiful waterfront and the view from the seawall. Participants of all ages are welcome to join in the family-friendly exercise. After your walk, head back to Heritage Park to visit with fitness partners and learn more about fun ways to stay healthy. For more information on the Bridge Walk and other downtown events, visit marinaarts.com.
Providing water. It's just one of the many responsibilities that the City of Corpus Christi takes on for the folks who call this warm, sunny South Texas city home. And as residents know, that comforting sun they appreciate while enjoying a day at the beach can also bring on sweltering heat that leads to dreaded drought conditions. And with drought conditions come water restrictions.
In 2011 to 2013, this area of South Texas was highly influenced by a drought.
That's why council members this summer decided to move forward with the City of Corpus Christi desalination project.
All in favor say aye. All opposed?
A decision that could bring a drought-proof water supply to residents and the surrounding community, and because we're surrounded by the ocean, it just makes sense.
We will study or review site location permitting of a potential seawater desalination plant.
The city is looking to build a plant that can produce 11 million gallons per day to about 22 million gallons per day. A desalination plant removes the minerals like salt and sand from water and makes it safe for human consumption. Ramos, along with a team of consultants from Fries & Nichols, an engineering firm, plan on spending the next 2 years researching the possibility of building a desalination plant right here in South Texas. Water produced by the plant will add to the city's existing water supply and help meet future water demands. Right now, the city has 4 major water sources: Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi, Lake Texana, and the Colorado River.
All these sources are surface water sources, so they're dependent upon inflows and rainfall throughout the year to meet our demands.
The potential desalination plant wouldn't connect to those freshwater inflows, and because the source is the ocean, the city can provide a dependable water source that can be integrated into our system. But making science fiction a reality is easier said than done.
It's more than just taking water out of the sea and then just filtering it through a reverse osmosis. You have to make sure that you protect the system.
Right now, Ramos says they're looking at multiple sites in the Corpus Christi and La Quinta ship channel. The team needs to see if those locations meet their objectives and if they can get the water rights and TCEQ discharge permits. You see, with water desalination comes waste or effluent.
So we would work with the state to obtain those special authorizations so that we can continue to discharge our seawater, our effluent into the bay. In this project, we'll make those needed determinations and do the proper science so that we can obtain those permits.
One popular technique, adding a diffuser to the end of the discharge line. This allows the effluent to mix properly with the seawater. If all goes well, the city of Corpus Christi could have a saltwater desalination system by 2026.
And we have to be prepared from a water resource point of view to provide that water to our customers.
It's just one of the ways the city plans for future needs and strives to improve water quality, customer satisfaction, and productivity. We'll keep you updated in the future as the project moves forward. According to the National Weather Service, the city of Corpus Christi receives nearly 32 inches of rain a year. Why not collect some of that rain with a rain barrel? Contrary to popular belief, they're not illegal, and the Water Resources Division sells barrels to water customers at a reduced price. It's an environmentally friendly way to harvest and utilize rainwater. The 55-gallon container captures rain from rooftops by connecting to the home's downspout. Folks can use this water for gardens, lawns, washing cars, and even pets. Rain barrels can be purchased for $47. That's less than half the retail price. They must be purchased in person at City Hall and picked up at the city's warehouse at Civitan near Ayers. For more information on purchasing rain barrels, visit www.cctexas.com or call 826-CITY. That's 826-2489.
Corpus Christi has a long and rich history that is just waiting to be told. And what better place to start than here at Corpus Christi's own Old Bayview Cemetery? It's the oldest federal military cemetery in Texas. Old Bayview was laid out by U.S. Army engineers while General Zachary Taylor was encamped here right before the Mexican War. In the summer of 1845, the steamer known as the Dayton was transporting men to Corpus Christi when a boiler burst, killing 7 soldiers on board. Because of this tragedy, Taylor obtained the burial site from Henry Kinney, the founder of Corpus Christi.
The uniqueness of this cemetery is it covers, we have troops from the War of 1812, the Texas Revolution, the Mexican War, the Civil War, both Union and Confederate, Indian campaigns, and the Spanish-American War. It is also not segregated. We are all scattered throughout here. There are no areas of segregation.
Many of the soldiers buried here have a very interesting backstory, but two stand out because how young they were when they started serving.
The Nolan brothers, and we're doing Tom Nolan's dedication in November. But these two boys came with Zachary Taylor's troops. One was 9 and one was 11 years old. They were buglers. And for an army that had no way to communicate with each other, it's very important. But they were buglers, and what is your 9-year-old and 11-year-old doing? I just couldn't even imagine. They were orphans.
After the war, they come back to Texas and eventually come back to Corpus Christi. Once here, they become local law enforcement, and both brothers are killed in the line of duty. Now, it's not just soldiers buried here. After Taylor's army left Corpus Christi in 1846, the cemetery became the community burial ground. The city of Corpus Christi used it as a final resting place for all of their citizens.
It's literally the shopkeepers, the firemen, it's everybody who's part of the city. So everybody who's in our city now can look back there and see someone who was like them, who's buried in that cemetery. And a lot of them, it's their family because their families have been here for as long as the city's existed.
There has been some vandalism over the years, but with help from the city's Park and Recreation Department and Friends of Old Bayview Cemetery Association, it's starting to become alive again. Every November, the past and the present collide at Old Bayview with the voices of the Coastal Bend. Dozens of storytellers and experts of local history gather to share stories of those buried here. If you are interested in learning more about Corpus Christi's history, visit our website at www.cctexas.com/services/library. If you have driven down Ocean Drive lately, you may have noticed a new light. That light is called the PHB signal, which stands for Pedestrian Hybrid Beacon. Using the PHB pedestrian signal is as easy as pressing the button, then waiting for the light to turn red. Once the light is red, this guy will light up. It's time to cross. Even with the PHB signal in place, make sure you look both ways before crossing. For you motorists, flashing yellow lights mean clear the crosswalk. The light will then change to a solid yellow and then red. The red lights will then start flashing, and the drivers can proceed with caution, as long as there isn't anybody in the crosswalks. For more information about the PHB pedestrian signal, visit our website at cctexas.com. Then in the upper right corner, there's a search bar. Type in PHB. There you'll find the correct link. Do you have graffiti on or around your house or business? If so, you should contact the Solid Waste Graffiti Removal Team. They will remove it for free. To request them, submit a cleanup request online or through the city's mobile app. If you want to do it the old-fashioned way, then just pick up the phone and call the city's call center at 361-826-CITY or call CCPD's non-emergency number at 361-886-2600. Let the city's graffiti removal team help you at no cost. Contact them today.
The health department has the latest technology in body fat composition. It's the state-of-the-art Bod Pod. The Health District's 1115 waiver program provides chronic disease prevention to Medicaid, low-income, uninsured, and underinsured families. Prevention includes offering free wellness screenings, free diabetes classes, and outreach to community centers and senior centers.
We do a lot of it is diabetes prevention. You know, one in 5 people out there have diabetes, and they're walking around, they don't even know it. So diabetes is one check. Hypertension is another. That's a part of our screenings. You know, they call hypertension the silent killer because people are walking around with elevated blood pressure, and then they end up in the ER with a, you know, God forbid, a heart attack or a stroke.
As part of the chronic disease prevention and outreach, the 1115 waiver program bought the Bod Pod and trailer in 2018. The egg-shaped machine measures body fat composition to help select people at risk to chronic diseases like diabetes or heart disease.
So once we get to a location, we need to calibrate our equipment here since we are a mobile unit. After I get her weight on the scale, now she will come in here and sit inside the Bod Pod. Make sure you breathe normally. If you do panic, there is a cancel button at the bottom if you do panic and you want the test to stop. We run 2 tests. They're about 90 seconds each. Good job, that's it. I will send her back. You can go put your clothes on. and I will print her results for her while she is getting dressed.
The BodPod testing offers 3 price packages. The first package is $50 that includes A1C and a hypertension screening. The second package adds a pre and post test over a 3-month span for $90. And the third package has 3 tests over a 6 or 9 month period for $110. The 1115 waiver program saw about 100 patients per month as of September 2017, but has increased to about 250 patients per month in 2019. The division's goal is to partner with companies to use the BodPod and help fund other services they offer.
We're trying to partner with corporations, people, you know, they want healthy employees. So we want to say, hey, this is an effort for us to get out there for you. We'll do your screenings on site. We'll start a fitness challenge for your employees. We'll come back in 3 months, maybe 6 months, whatever you'd like. We'll set it up to your liking and incentivize them to stay healthy.
Call the 1115 waiver program at 361-826-1115 for more information or to set up an appointment.
Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
All right, we got everybody back. No, Paulette's not here. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. No action as a result of the executive session, right? All right, item 14 is first reading, an ordinance accepting a grant amount of $10,000. Chief, you want to tell us about that?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council, Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. Item number 14 is an ordinance accepting a grant in the amount of $10,000 from the Hartford, it's the insurance agency, to be used to support fire safety education efforts and programming, and appropriating those funds into our FY 2020 Fire Grant Fund. I stand by for any questions.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I think you did an outstanding job explaining that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one more item, item number 15. Item number 15 is another ordinance authorizing acceptance of a grant from the Texas Division of Emergency Management in the amount of $54,887 for the 2019 Emergency Management Performance Grants with a city match this equal amount, $54,887, and I stand by for any questions.
Move to approve.
Another excellent presentation.
Yeah.
Is there a motion and a second?
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, excuse me, is there any public comment? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Election will be even better, right?
All right. All opposed? No. Okay, this
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
15 got that. All right, 16, who's doing this one?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval. You don't want to talk us out of it, do you, Jamel? No, I don't think. All right, have a seat. Have a seat. Any public comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, let the games begin. All right, number 17, who's going to do that one?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. Item 17 is an ordinance amending the City Code of Ordinances to establish a 200-foot restricted zone around the Nueces River pump station, the intake for ONS water treatment plant.
All right. And you discussed, presented this last week, this second reading on this one, right?
No, sir.
Or you discussed it, we came over, something about this came up, we didn't, it's not in the city, but we got this 200-foot boundary we can put on it or something?
Right, yes, sir.
Right, yeah, we don't own the property. We don't own.
Yeah, don't own the
We
property,
own some
okay.
of it, but not the full, so the state's allowing us to put this restrictive zone on in lieu of
Okay,
buying the property.
yeah, that was, I remember this was the same thing last week. Okay, you have anything else you want to comment on?
No, sir.
All right, is there a motion? There's a motion and a second on item 17. Any public comment?
I just had a question, Mayor.
Okay.
Excuse me, I just know that the Nueces, the Robstown Water Authority has some sort of permission to draw some of their water.
They do, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this isn't anywhere close to where they draw their water from?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, any other comment? Any public comment? All right, then, motion and second on item 17. And that's already done that?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We have it.
all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? 18,
We already did.
we've already done that
Yes,
one.
sir.
19, we've had our briefing. 20. All right, 20 is a consideration of an appeal of lamplighter electrical contractors, 6-month suspension of a city electrical registration by the Corpus Christi Electrical Advisory Board on November the 21st, 2019. Ms. Huerta, are you or Mr. Risley going to kind of give the council the instructions. From what I understand,
Yeah, Buck is, our attorney Buck is going to do that. He's going
Okay.
to kind of lead us through this proceeding.
I have some introductory comments. First, so the council knows electricians and electrical contractors are required to have a city electrical registration to operate within the city limits. The Corpus Christi Code also authorizes the Electrical Advisory Board to suspend or revoke such registration for misconduct in the performance of electrical work within the jurisdiction of the city. Any such revocation or suspension may be appealed to the city council. So this is an appeal of the Electrical Advisory Board's suspension of city electrician's registration for lamplighter electrical contractor. The city council will be evaluating the transcript of the Electrical Advisory Board suspension hearing and arguments made at today's appeal. The appeal will proceed with statement of facts, followed by the appellant's oral presentation and city staff's response. Each section will be limited to 3 minutes. After the city staff's response, the city council may deliberate. And Assistant City Attorney Buck Bryce will be presenting the statement of facts.
Honorable Mayor and council members, we are here today for the appeal of the Electrical Advisory Board's suspension of city electrician's registration for lamplighter electrical contractor. The events that led to the suspension are as follows. On August 14th, 2019, City Inspector Ruben Hernandez observed unlicensed individuals performing electrical work on site at 633 Evans Drive. Then on August 28th, 2019, City Inspector Ruben Hernandez observed electrical work in progress at 6901 New York Drive by an unlicensed electrician on site. On October 1st, 2019, City Inspector Richard Rios witnessed an unlicensed individual working on the building's electrical system at 1517 Westridge Boulevard. On October 17th, 2019, the board voted to hear the violations alleged against lamplighter electrical contractor. On October 21st, 2019, notice of hearing was sent by certified mail. On November 21st, 2019, the Electrical Advisory Board held a hearing for the violations alleged against lamplighter electrical contractor with lamplight electrical contractor present. Pursuant to the section 14206 of the Corpus Christi Code, the Electrical Advisory Board found lamplighter electrical contractor guilty of gross negligence, incompetency, or misconduct in the performance of electrical work on 3 occasions. The board suspended lamplighter electrical contractor's electrical registration for a term of 6 months. On December 11, 2019, lamplighter electrical contractor filed an appeal of the electrician's registration suspension. The suspension has been stayed for the appeal. City staff supports the decision of the Electrical Advisory Board that's being appealed. The use of unlicensed and/or unsupervised electrical workers is a violation of the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation and the City of Corpus Christi regulations. It also creates an unacceptable safety risk to building occupants and the public in general. And lastly, it creates an unfair business advantage over companies operating in accordance with the rules. Based on City Council's evaluation of the transcript and the arguments made today, the City Council may deny the appeal in which lamplighter serves 6-month suspension, such suspension ending July 29th, 2020. The council may modify the board's decision. An electrical registration may be suspended up to 1 year, or the registration may be revoked for a term between 1 and 3 years. And lastly, the council may reverse the board's decision, finding them not guilty and no suspension or revocation. And again, city staff supports denial of the appeal.
Okay, at this time, the appellant will be provided 3 minutes for oral argument. So Mr. Oliva, if you'd like to come up. And questions may be asked of the appellant. Okay, and you have 3 minutes. There's a timer underneath the base of the microphone that'll show you how much time you have, sir.
Okay. I'm glad our appeal's after lunch when everybody's nice and full. I'd like to thank you all for the service that you do for our community. I know it's a thankless job, but I appreciate the you guys being here and taking time out of your days as well to hear us today. My name is Gabriel Oliva. I'm the son of Gamaliel Oliva. He's a master electrician here in Corpus Christi. I'm a master electrician as well, and I've been working with him since I was about 15 years or 16 years old. Unfortunately, I was out of the country during the advisory board hearing, and I'd like to, I feel like there was not adequate time to address all the issues that were brought up during the hearing because I was out of the country. And so I'd like to clarify some of those things right now because I was the one that was in charge of some of those jobs. At the job site of the School of Science and Technology, I do acknowledge that at points during the process, there was some unlicensed individuals working on the job site. At the suggestion of the superintendent to try to meet the deadlines for the 800 students that were going to be starting school, the project got started 3 months late, and so it was crunch time at the end. We did hire 3 individuals to come and help just to transport. There was over 700 light fixtures from one building to the next, so they had to move them over. They had to carry trash. There was a bunch of ladders that were there, scaffolding that had to be moved. There was a lot of work that wasn't necessarily had to be done by an electrician, so we hired some guys to come and do that stuff as well. And those were 3 of the unlicensed individuals. And if we take those 3 individuals away from the count of 11 individuals total that were at the job site, it leaves us 2 journeyman electrician and 6 apprentices, which is a ratio of 1 journeyman to 3 apprentices. And I know they brought that up, the ratio of electricians to, or journeymen to apprentices. And so this ratio was actually there. It was just that the 3 additional workers made it to where it was more than the ratio. Since the electrical board has brought this to our attention, we've made steps to change the way that we do business. As a company, all of our employees and our subcontractors have current licenses. We changed our policy now where every 3 months we check licenses. Before it was just kind of when we hire them, and then whenever it's every 6 months, but now we moved it to 3 months that we'll start to check licenses to make sure that everybody's in compliance. Likewise, we've taken all the recommendations that the electrical inspectors have given us. We no longer allow any unlicensed workers to work with us, whether they're cleaning trash or doing any menial things. We no longer hire anybody unless they're a licensed electrician. We've adopted better practices within our business to help our communication with the inspectors, where we meet them at the job site. Either myself or my father or one of the journeymen meet them.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Council members, do you have any questions for Mr. Oliva while he's here?
I've got a question. You referenced the job at the school, and you said there was 11 individuals that were on the job site working for you.
Correct.
And you're saying that 3 of them didn't have a license.
3 of them were not, they were just like cleaning crew, basically.
Okay.
They were just moving.
But then you said the other individuals had, 2 of them had a journeyman's license and 6 had an apprentice license.
Right, there was
that were on the
2
job
that
site.
were unlicensed apprentices, so they hadn't yet applied for. There was 4 apprentices that had an expired license at the time. In order to renew a license, it's just a $20 fee that they have to pay. And from a company standpoint, when they start, we require them to get the apprentice license, and the same thing with the journeyman, but we hadn't made sure that they had renewed it at the time.
So of the 6 apprentice licensed individuals that you had on site, how many had active licenses?
2 apprentices had active licenses.
And how about the journeyman?
1 journeyman had an active license.
So when you say you had 2 journeymen on site, you really only had one active.
With an active license, correct.
And when you say you had 6, really you only had 2 that were active.
Correct.
That's it's my opinion, but I think it's a little misleading. Misleading. That's just my opinion. And then looking back at I'm going back over the transcript here. And I believe this is in reference to the school also. In the transcript, you say you had one journeyman that had a license. And this was during your appeal hearing with the board.
Right, he was referring to the one that's licensed was current.
Okay.
Which
got
was
it.
not our foreman. The
Got it,
foreman, the issue arose because the inspector questioned the foreman for his license, and the foreman's license had been expired for about a month at the time. And he had taken the class at the joint apprenticeship training, he just hadn't paid for the renewal fee.
Okay. I know we're not done here, and I know there's still more discussion to be had, but when you refer to your journeymen and electricians, can you please clarify whether they had active licenses or not?
I will, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other question? Just a question, and, okay, what, Ms. Olive, is that?
Oliva.
Oliva.
Yes, sir.
All right, does 4029 Redwood Street ring a bell with you?
Yes.
Is that your address or the business address, or what is it?
That's my father's address.
Okay. Did you ever receive a letter dated October the 18th, you or your father, from Gene Laro from the city?
He did not.
He did not.
His father had passed away, and he was in Mexico City at the time. So the mail that had went to his house, he didn't receive the certified letter. That's why it was returned to sender. And it was, I believe, 7 days prior that Norman Walters had ran into him at the city and had asked him about it, and that's when he was informed that there was a case in front of the advisory board.
Okay, so, but the 4029 is a good address.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other question was, and this may be, and I'm not sure whether you can answer it, but since you brought it up, I'll ask. You're stating you had 11 people there, apprentices or whatever their classification was, but really 4 or 5 of them were there to be moving ladders and trash and cleaning up. They really weren't electricians.
Correct. There was 3.
Excuse me?
There was 3 of them were not, were just helpers.
All right. So I'm trying to figure out, and the reason I think you're using that, and I'm trying to understand, is that the regulations say you have to have a certain ratio of licensed electricians to journeymen or something to that effect?
Correct.
So you want to get the numbers down to, as opposed to the 11, only 8 of them.
Correct.
Okay. And maybe Mr. Delerno could ask you, were they using the number of 11? Were you using the number of 11 to compare the ratio, or did we use the number of the ones that were supposedly journeymen? I mean, the reason I'm asking this question is, and I don't know anything about the electrical business, but you know, I've got people that work for me. If they're driving a truck, they've got a CDL. But, I mean, they could still be packers and loaders and this sort of thing, but they don't drive a truck. But they're still qualified. And so, to drive the truck, I mean, they know what they're doing when the truck is being loaded and unloaded, and they're packing the furniture. They're very good. They just haven't, I don't have one driver per truck, and I can have as many people on the truck as I want. So do you count everybody that's on the job, for instance? In other words, if somebody came to the house and I got 4 people on a move job, well, he's the only one qualified to drive the truck. Well, do I have to have 4 people qualified to drive a truck? Or is everybody on there that's doing electrical work, regardless of whether they're pulling wire or they're sweeping floors, have they got to be a licensed person, or can they just be a employee?
Gene DeLauro with Development Services, the building official. If you are, to answer your question, if you are pulling wire, if you're actually performing work, then you need to be at least an apprentice.
Okay, I
If you're
understand that.
cleaning, if the electrical contractor is gonna hire you to sweep or move garbage or debris to the dumpster, then no, you wouldn't need to be an apprentice for that. But if you're installing wiring or making up boxes or doing anything like that, then yes, you'd need to be an apprentice,
Okay.
be a licensed apprentice.
So then when the number of 11 was reported, I guess by the city inspector,
Yes, sir.
had 11 people on the job and only 3 were licensed.
Only 3 people could produce a license at that time, yes.
And that didn't meet the ratio.
Did not meet the ratio.
But if 5 of the 11 weren't required to be licensed, I mean, does that kind of skews the numbers? Does that have I'm not sure that has an impact on the overall problem we have is that you've got people pulling wires that aren't licensed and qualified, but.
It certainly
We
would.
don't want to skew, you don't want to skew the ratios is that, you know, you're basing the ratio on 11 and really that really wasn't a solid number to be using.
No, you should not be counting every employee of that contractor if they're not performing electrical work. Obviously, if they're doing other tasks, cleaning, then certainly they shouldn't be counted.
Okay. Mr. Smith, thank you.
Thank you. On New York Avenue, Mr. Juan Garcia did not have his license, and in the transcript, there's some question whether the license number that was given belongs to that particular Juan Garcia. Mr. DeLauro, you referenced, do we tie the license to that individual?
We tie the license number to that individual. That individual was employed by a different electrical contractor than Lamplighter Electric. So we tried to understand how that relationship works, because if that is the license number for that individual at the job site at that time, how could he be a employee of Lamplighter Electrical contractor when he happens to be the employee of a different electrical contractor that we know of that was at the hearing? So there was some confusion with that license number that was provided at the hearing.
If I may clarify, the individual Juan Garcia was an apprentice electrician. It wasn't the same Juan Garcia that was being referenced as a journeyman electrician. If you look at the TDLR website, there's 25 different Juan Garcias. Yeah. And the Juan Garcia that was in question was an apprentice electrician who had a journeyman with him who was also licensed. But the journeyman presented his license to the inspector, but the apprentice did not. He had an expired license, and he has since renewed his license.
Okay.
The apprentice has since renewed his license, but he was with the journeyman that had his license at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Roy?
My question's really, at this point, for this question for Development Service. Your inspectors, as they're out in the field, how prevalent is this in the city as far as compliance with making sure they have license or not? I mean, how prevalent is this occurrence?
I would answer that question by saying that our department has received information from a number of electrical contractors complaining about the fact that we have a number of unlicensed people working in the industry, and that our department needed to step up its enforcement in license checks in the field. And so we did step up our enforcement of that, and there was roughly 10 companies, I think, that we came across who had individuals who couldn't produce a license at the time that we asked for it on a job site. We scheduled the first 3 hearings in November with the first 3 companies. We have the second round of companies coming in for a hearing next month, and a third round of hearings coming in for the final 4 companies probably in late spring. So again, we are responding to complaints from the industry. And it's not just the electricians, the plumbers and the HVAC contractors are concerned as well. We have more work than can be handled by the resources we have locally. And so whether that's caused this condition to exacerbate, I don't know. But we have been asked to step up our game in terms of enforcement, and we've done so, and this is the first round of the results of that.
So in the past, really haven't been out there necessarily doing the due diligence and checking?
Not as prevalent as we have recently. You know, resources being what they are, we've got 3 budgeted electrical inspectors for a very large city. And our primary responsibility is to perform electrical inspectors. And in fairness as well, when we go do electric inspections or any inspections, there's generally not licensed people on the site. Those people have already done that work, they're calling for an inspection, that crew is somewhere else doing work. So you don't usually have licensed people on job sites at the time we're doing inspections, unless it's a large commercial project where it's an ongoing process. So, but that's.
Was there anything sent out, like, I don't know this, but I'm assuming, are they part of like a local whatever? The ones that are, is there like a, I don't know, union, or are they part of an organization collectively as a group?
There is not, to my knowledge, there's not an electrical trade group here in the city. We have the Home Builders Association, and some electrical contractors are members of the Home Builders Association or the associated general contractors on the commercial side. But there's not like an electrical trade industry group local to Corpus Christi that I'm aware of. There is a union, electrical union organization here.
The only reason why I was asking, I just wondered, was there any communication just saying, you know, guys, we haven't done this before, but we're going to start checking, or is this just something, you know, we're just going 0 to 60, it appears. And I'm just trying to understand that. What was the premise? Did we have some accidents that, but you're saying you just had an increase in somebody complaining and saying that just in the trades altogether, there's a lot of individuals that don't have license. So you took it upon as a department to make sure that you start checking those things.
Part of our role, the state has rules, regulations. Unfortunately, the state doesn't have a mechanism to enforce those rules. So it gets pushed down to the municipality to enforce those rules when it comes to the licensure. And that's not just on the electric side, that's on the plumbing side and everything else. It's our responsibility as a city to get out there and make sure that these groups are doing what they're supposed to be doing within the bounds of the rules. Again, we make pushes at times when we can, but it is very difficult for us to do any kind of meaningful enforcement. Again, because of the number of complaints we had received is why we made a bigger push here this summer.
Those complaints come from a consumer, a fellow electrician? I mean, maybe you can't discuss that, I don't want names, but I just kind of want to understand who's complaining. Is it a consumer that said, look, they left my site and they did an inadequate job and the quality wasn't there? Or is this somebody else that says, hey, you know what, I take great pride in making sure that I have 100% of my staff that are licensed and we abide by the rules, and so-and-so down the street doesn't, and you need to go check on so-and-so down the street? This
is not consumer-driven complaint.
Okay.
We do get those, and plenty of them, but those are handled in a different way. These complaints were generally by companies who felt like they were playing by the rules, and those rules cost them money to operate, and it's hard to compete in the marketplace if everyone's not complying with the same set of regulations.
Okay.
And so that was the basis that we moved forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So if I may, Councilman Roy, in reference to the state, the state has contacted us. We've been in contact with the state as well, and I've been email correspondence, and they've chosen not to have any action against us at this time as well. He didn't say that was a final verdict, but back in December, shortly after the verdict that was handed down for suspension of a license, I was emailed by the state of Texas, and he did choose not to proceed with any further actions. And they have a list of over 100 companies and all the infractions that the state pursues, where the state can hand down the violations as well for those things. So they do in some instances. I don't know if it's a smaller jurisdiction where they don't have an electrical advisory board or what, but I know that they do as well. But in 40 years of business, Lamplighter has never received any type of violations or infractions, or we've never had an injury on the job, no lawsuits, anything like that towards our company. And we've been in business since 1981. So for the very first time that we were asked to go before the advisory board, we were the very first round, and our license is suspended for 6 months. It seems pretty harsh because that essentially puts us out of business. And we have, you know, the livelihood of myself, my father. You know, we deal with several different builders and contractors throughout the city, and I think that that's a pretty stiff penalty for a first time.
Are there any other questions, Council?
Mr. Hernandez?
Okay.
Thank you. This is for staff. The inspectors you have, is their job to inspect the licenses? Is that normal part of their daily routine?
That is a part of their normal routine. Should they have the discretion to ask for it or not ask for it based on what they're looking at.
Okay, so from my understanding, generally when they do their inspections, the actual electricians are not on site.
It's more likely that they're not going to be on site than they will be, yes.
And they check points. So unless they just happen to come upon electricians or plumbers or anybody in per se to where they can ask that question, but that's not necessarily what they're there on site for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, and I'm assuming your inspectors don't go out on Saturdays or Sundays.
They do not.
Okay, so in terms of what you're finding here, just these are happenstance. They're not actually they weren't actively looking for them.
No, if we were going to do meaningful enforcement, we would go to job sites where inspections are not scheduled. Not when they are scheduled and they know we're coming. We would be going unannounced to job sites.
So is that the case? Are you doing that going forward? Because from what I understand, you don't necessarily have the inspectors or personnel to do that.
I don't envision us doing that going forward unless there's a directive to do so.
Okay. So in terms of enforcement, I mean, prior to this last review, I don't recall a lot of this actually being done in terms of, I've heard a lot of complaints in the past, but I've never actually seen actually go forward with any reviews. I mean, when's the last time you did a review?
This is the first time complaints have been filed in my tenure here. The first time that we filed complaints with the construction trade boards for license violations. First time in 7 years since I've been here.
So as far as you don't know if there's actually, this hasn't really been done, inspections of licenses hasn't really been done in the past.
We have done spot checks over the years, but we've never taken it to the degree where we filed a complaint with the board. The board heard the allegation. The board voted to conduct a hearing, and a hearing was conducted, and there was an outcome of the hearing.
Okay, and you have more scheduled, as I understand.
Have the next round of companies scheduled next month, yes.
Okay, last thing I want to say here is I was actually at this hearing. I don't know if you saw me there or not, but I was there in the back. And I listened to the actual inspectors. I get the sense that they felt like they were being ignored by your company. And I don't know, they went through several occasions where they had discussed this. I don't think they were in the complaints. But they had felt like they were being ignored. And honestly, they were a little perturbed when they were giving their testimony. I wish we had some aspect of that. I understand our structure is not to have witnesses or anything like that, but it's something that I think probably needs to have either a day for your inspectors or something along those lines to check licenses or have some component of that, because I think this is not just a problem for electricians, but also for other services like you had mentioned. You know, the concern is that the inspectors don't look at everything. They don't look at all the wiring. They check key points on when they do their inspection. So there has to be a feeling of trust that the person doing the work is licensed and qualified. And if If they're not a journeyman, if they're an apprentice, they have to have a journeyman on site or a master electrician on site supervising them. So, you know, I've heard complaints of that as well, along those lines. So it's important that we uphold these rules and we hold people accountable. That being said, you know, I think as for us as a governing body, we need to make sure that we're actually holding people accountable consistently and not just on one-time shots. So I think there's some culpability on our part here too for not doing the inspections more frequently. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go back to Mr. Juan Garcia. So you said he's an apprentice?
Correct.
Well, I'm reading on page 8 of the transcript, board member, was that an apprentice license or a journeyman license? And the reply from your company, no, it is a journeyman license. I gave him the number. And as I'm sitting here, you know, this is a hearing on it, and I'm concerned about the lack of candor.
Sure.
So you told me today he's an apprentice, but at the board he was listed as a journeyman by your company. So what's your response on that?
My father, that's the reason I'm here speaking to you, because my father was not in charge of those particular jobs. So when he said it was a journeyman, the license that he was giving was, I believe he was referencing Alex Lopez, who's the journeyman that was on site at the time. And Juan Garcia was an apprentice, and I have Juan Garcia, the correct Juan Garcia. I read that in the transcript as well, as I'm not really sure where that, because he wasn't at that particular job. But the correct Juan Garcia is licensed. His license was expired at the time, and he has since renewed it, but it was at the, he was at the job site.
Okay, so the board was then under the impression for y'all's testimony that he was a journeyman rather than a.
And that was a mistake on, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's clear, I think, excuse me, both sides have some improving to do. And I agree with some of the comments. We as a city should do something regularly, you know, to know what's going on. But I'm wondering, is it, I don't see the option, but is it possible to lift the suspension but put on probation? I don't see it listed here. Is that something that we are able to go with if?
That is not part of the ordinance as it's currently drafted, a probationary status.
Oh, it is not?
No.
So that's not an option at all, to amend?
It's hard to say it's not an option, but it's not addressed. There's no provision in the code for any sort of probation.
So you said it's not, it is an option or it is not? I know you're saying there's no provision, but what do you mean by it's not?
The code spells out the conditions of violations, and there's no, it doesn't provide for any probation within the code. It's just suspension.
So these here are, this is it right here?
Those are the, as defined by the code, correct.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay, let me.
Have all of the individuals renewed their licenses?
They have, yes, sir.
And for you two gentlemen, do we have any events that allow or excuse the owner or someone in this situation, such as a death in the family, to give them more time to hear their?
I think that had we understood that it was a hardship to attend the hearing on that date, that we certainly, given we've got 3 rounds of these hearings, we would have rescheduled it to a later hearing to accommodate them. Sure.
That helps. Sure. Okay, thank you.
You said something that was interesting. You said that basically, in this particular case, the electricians knew that you guys, somebody was going to come out there. This wasn't a surprise, unannounced deal, right? So that kind of goes along with my thinking, is that they knew you were coming. But based on the track record, nobody checked anything. Is that fair to say? Because if that was the case, and they knew somebody was coming, I'm licensed. I'm licensed on several. I've got a state license here in Texas, and I've got a national license. My state license is a nursing license. I know if I'm not a licensed nurse, I'm working in a hospital, I'm in trouble. I know what the case is. I know if somebody from the State Board of Nursing is coming to visit me, it's probably not a good thing. So in this particular case, you say, okay, they knew you were coming. But yet, if I know a police officer's got his radar gun at me, I know what's happening. I know what's going down. I'm trying to understand this, and I understand that, okay, you're setting something new in place. We're going to start doing this now. We're going to start asking them. Before, we just go there, check the work, didn't really have time to ask them. Now, we think it's going to be a good idea to ask them, and so the first people that don't have a clue about that and may or may not be operating appropriately, they're the ones that are going to take the hit, because now everybody's, hey, did you hear what happened to so-and-so over here? You guys better be in check. And that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing at the end of the day, if you're going to do that. My question is, because you're saying that the first violation, automatic, is 6 months. Is that what it is?
No.
What is it then?
Well, there is none. It's up to the board to listen to the testimony and make a determination based on what they hear.
So the board made that, and then it comes to us.
Well, because they have appealed it, it's coming to you. There were 2 other electrical contractors that had hearings on that date, and the board did not suspend their registrations. They essentially let them, gave them a warning, if you will, at the time, because there was a single violation at a single job site. I don't want to speak for the board, but I think one of the reasons the board did what they did was because we had multiple job sites over multiple dates, and that is what led them to.
So what you're really saying is that this company over here might not be that busy. This company over here is doing a lot of work. You do a lot of work, you take a lot more risk. So they get cited one time, they got one time. There's multiple citations over here because these guys are working for multiple people.
That could be the case, that if you're a larger electrical contractor, you have multiple job sites, we're going to be doing multiple inspections, so you would have more opportunity to find people.
I guess my point, the part that I'm having a hard time with, is the fact that they knew you were coming. So I think most people, if you're trying to make a living and they know you're coming and you have a precedence in terms of making sure they have license, then they're going to be buttoned up. I completely applaud you in terms of doing this in the future. I think it sends a shot across the bow, and everybody hopefully will do the right thing and make sure. I do find it hard, so now you're telling me you let 2 off and you got one that, had multiple sites, so we're going to count that as multiple violations. I understand. So, what's our take in this? Can we just decide what we want to do? Say that again? I'm sorry.
I believe it has, based on what I just suggested, it's got to be one of these options on the paper.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Before deliberation, there is another part of the hearing that we need to go through, staff's response, and then we'll deliberate after that. So do you care to hear staff's response? Staff has a rebuttal that they're going to make to the comments made by Mr. Oliva. That's 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm just wondering if there are any more. Yeah, so we can.
Yeah, my question
Is
is
that
for
okay?
staff, so I'll withhold for now.
Would it be okay if my father, I mean, he's the master of record on the light?
Is that just one person? I'm sorry. So Mr. Oliva,
Okay.
you've asked to represent. You're representing him. Well, staff has just one comment to make.
Give me just a minute, okay? I've been working in this city for 40 years.
Mr.
As a master electrician, I have worked in every one of the.
Mr. Oliva, your son is authorized to speak for you, so I'm sorry.
Well, you know, I need to say something. I mean, I worked 40 years for this community. I love my city. And in 40 years, I haven't had any in where I work about 20, 30 cities in Texas, and I haven't had any problems with any inspectors, with any license, and it's on the record. I haven't. I don't even have a ticket. So criminals get a chance of having a probation.
Thank you, Mr.
And I don't get a chance, but I'm a first-time offender.
As your representative, yes,
I
that's
got you,
right.
Dad.
Thank you, Mr.
They
Oliva,
know your
very
problem.
much.
They understand.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so, council, if you don't have any more questions for Mr. Oliva, we do have 3 minutes for city staff to do a rebuttal.
Just-
So at this time, I'm sorry?
Just a couple of quick points. The Electrical Advisory Board is made up of individuals that council has appointed to the board. They're electricians, they're electrical engineers, electrical contractors. I believe we have a member who's not affiliated with the industry. So you've got a pretty diverse group of people. And these are the people that heard the testimony and made the decision. It is not a development services decision to do this. The other point I would make is that we talked about a little bit of shot across the bow. This once the board made this ruling, this went through the development community very quickly, as you can imagine. And now a lot of people are very aware that we're doing this. And so the message has been received and understood by not only the electricians, but the plumbers and the HVAC contractors that state requires you to have a license. They have a set of regulations, and we're going to try our best to make sure that we can enforce that. So I do think going forward, hopefully, we'll see a little bit better participation when it comes to licensure. But that message has been received by the local development community. It does.
And I don't know if you have any more questions for them, but. Mr. Bedetta has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking at this, I guess I've seen it several. So our options are, one, to deny the appeal. Okay. Now modify the board's decision. Now there's 2 examples. How did the electrical board come up with 6 months?
They had a range of options. And so they took they voted on a 6-month as opposed to a year. It could have been suspended up to a 1 year based on the information they heard and the testimony. They decided on 6 months.
Okay, so it says suspend electrical registration up to 1 year. So if we wanted to, it could be 3 months.
That's correct, Councilman.
Okay, and then obviously the motion to reserve the board's decision. I'm just curious, has there ever been any penalty or is there any penalty with TDLR for willful neglect or willful, willful noncompliance?
Yes. The TDLR has options, administrative penalties, including license revocation in some cases. So I would point out too, during our hearing, we had 3 members from the state attend that hearing who came down to witness this, because I guess it's not something that's normally done. And they listened to the hearing in its entirety. If the city didn't take some action, then I would assume that TDLR would probably have taken some action based on the information. We did turn the information over that we had to the state and asked them to take a look at it as well.
And do we incur any liability in the event that we reverse the board's decision. In other words, not taking any action when we've seen noncompliance.
No.
No, and actually, Mr. Olivares has already served 20 days of his suspension.
Okay. Okay, I have no other questions, not at this time.
Yeah, I want to kind of go back to some of these things here, and this is complaints that I've heard since I was elected back a year ago from inspectors, from electricians that on this. So this is not something new, and it is something that we need to be very cognizant of. And I understand that shot across the bow thing is okay, great, fine. But it should have been something we should have been doing as staff a long time ago, and should have been addressing it more directly. Maybe occasionally having an inspector show up on a weekend, on a Saturday, to see what they're actually doing. You know, I've heard complaints of everything from not being licensed to not even being a citizen of the United States. It's even legal to work in the United States. So, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, I understand you're going to find that in the construction industry, but, you know, this is something that could kill people with electrical work. So I want to make sure that we're actually paying attention to that directly now. As far as this particular case, that's something separate. I think you're right. I was at that at the meeting where they addressed multiple issues. I believe that one person was actually an individual at a different company, and it was actually supposed to be on that company, not with this particular company. So it was completely separate. I don't think that was an issue for this particular company. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard today that Lamplighter has changed the way they're doing business with it. They approached us with candor, which I think in that first hearing they did not. We've heard that there's a shot across the bow, that the community now is aware of things. I'm going to make a motion that we have a suspension for 20 days, and I think they've served that 20 days. I think we need to do something for that, so I make a motion that we suspend their license for 20 days.
Well, for clarification,
Mayor, can you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
you say they've served 20 days of their suspension.
That's correct. The board suspended them on the 21st, and they appealed on December 11th.
Okay. Well, from a small business person, not being able to do business for 20 days is pretty devastating. So I would think that this 20-day suspension be effective the day at the initiation of the suspension. So in other words, 20 days, you said he served it, he's done, he needs to get back to work. I think the shot across the bow has been taken, words out in the community, and gives us time to clean up. So there's a motion on the floor, but
That's fine.
all right, and was there a second? Okay. Now, here was where some of my confusion is, and this goes back to, I think it's a learning process for both. In the memorandum that we got discussing this, it said, and this is why I'm thinking, particularly for future cases, you say you're going through round 1 or round 2 and round 3 later on. I mean, if I'm sitting here, and the statement, it says, staff determined not one of the 11 individuals had a valid Texas electrical license at the time of our inspection. Well, none of the 9 people sitting on the city council here have an engineering degree. Well, that implies that we say we have an engineering degree. And you checked and none of us do. But the fact of the matter is, we aren't required to have an engineering degree. So we wouldn't count as to who had or who didn't have to be qualified to be set up here with or without an engineering degree. So that's what kind of threw me off when, not all the 11 individuals, if they're janitors or cleaners or supply people, they can't be counted as part of your ratio. And the other part of it, and I think one reason the ratio was pretty, I mean, the initial suspension for 6 months is was pretty strong is, and I'm not sure it's wrong, but I think is that and I don't know that it's a majority of the makeup of the Electrical Advisory Board, but some of them are in the electrical contracting business. And everybody wants a fair playing field, a level playing field. And they probably assume we're on a level playing field, so they ought to be. And so they come down pretty hard on their competitor. Not that we don't like competition, but if you're stealing signs from center field, you're going to catch a little flack. And so they seem to be getting an advantage by not having to do these, but then they get to go out and do the job. So I think that's why the penalty came down pretty harsh. If the shoe were on the other foot, they'd probably like, okay, I messed up, I'll take my 20 days. But the second time, the hammer falls pretty heavy. So we'll keep a record of these. But the other question I've got, and this gets back to our Board of Ethics, Code of Ethics, is that, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I just want to make sure, or maybe this needs to be cleaned up a little later. It talked about it, they checked with one of the employees, Mr. Garcia is not an employee of Lamplighter. Now, I hope this isn't the Mr. Garcia that you just told us you'd made a mistake on his license, because based on this, he wasn't an employee of Lamplighter, but he was an employee of Cervantes Electric Company. And Mr. Cervantes serves on the board. So you've got, this goes back to your competitor. If he's got something in for one of his competitors, then he's in a darn good position to hammer him. So he ought to excuse himself, in my opinion. I'm not alleging that's a violation, but I don't know how the rules are written. He doesn't own anything in the business, but just, I mean, we had on here one time, I forget what it was, a month ago, something about a moving company were doing something. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. I excused myself just because it had moving in the name of the company. I said, I'm not going to get in on that deal. I'm going to not vote in favor of it. I'm not going to vote against it. I'm out. I recuse myself. So, I mean, it's sitting on the board fixing to, you've got a chance if you want to lay it on a competitor. I mean, evidently that's possible. But, so this guy didn't even work for the Lamplighter, he worked for Cervantes, and Paul Cervantes is on the board. I'm not alleging that he did anything negative either. I'm just saying that the perception.
Perception of.
And I realize perception's not good. But that could be determined, but.
Mayor, if I may, I don't think the board had that knowledge at the hearing, because they just gave them a number, and I think after the hearing, staff went and researched it, if I recall
No,
correctly.
let me correct that. It was a different company that was at the hearing it was for a different individual. Okay, it was not for anybody that was on the board. It was for actually somebody else that was in a different company that was there. And there was confusion because the person didn't have the license on him at the time. They gave the name Juan Garcia and they pulled the license number. Apparently there's a lot of Juan Garcias that are electricians. And they just pulled the wrong number. Okay, so it had nothing to do with Lamplighter, and it had a completely separate individual. And he was licensed at the time, and they pulled it from that description. That's why they didn't put a violation on that other electrical company.
Okay, well, I see some more lights up. We've got a motion on the floor, but, Mr. Smith, you want?
No, I'm out.
All right, Mr. Garza?
I heard,
Herrera? Oh, excuse me.
I had heard some complaints too about folks operating and doing some of the trades without licenses and without proper training. And even after the hearing, which I didn't know any of the details till I saw it in this, I guess in this particular summary, from some of the folks that were doing the complaining, felt that the action of the board was rather extreme. 6 months, like a death penalty in football, 6 months is a real long time to put a small contractor or a small operator without their income stream. Having said that, I mean, I agree with the motion, but I still believe that all the effort that's been put forth, both by staff, by the inspectors, by the board, by your own defense, Mr. Oliva, I think that a 20-day suspension with the full 6-month probation would be more appropriate, so that you don't have to go back through if you found some subsequent violations, you don't have to go back through the whole process again. The suspension would automatically go into effect. I mean, that's what I would prefer to see in the motion. You guys talk about it, but
The ordinance doesn't provide for any probationary terms on the licensing, only on the, excuse me, on the electrical registration.
Would come back to us, Rudy.
they'd have to come back to us again.
So probation is just completely out in any way, shape, or form? Is that correct?
Under the current
We
ordinance.
do need to add, pardon?
Under the current ordinance. You
Or
have to amend
code.
the ordinance, is what you're
Code.
saying.
You could.
Right.
I
Not
think-
today, but I mean, for future use.
Yeah, and I suggest
Is that right?
we look into that, because probation should be part of this process, I believe.
We can look into crafting a modification to the ordinance that would
Right.
include a type of probation.
I think we should.
At this time,
Yes.
it's not among the list.
Right. But yes, if you could do that, Miles, or we could do that for future, that'd be great.
Okay, so we can't do it on this one, but we can try to do that in the future. But I mean, he's already served his 20 days, so the damage is done, so. Okay, Mr. Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Here's, I guess, my difficulty, and I guess this is just for comments. In the industry of which I'm in, we provide compliance support with regard to the Affordable Care Act, the reporting rules, the reporting with regard to the Department of Labor, the employer shared responsibility, and we have encountered willful noncompliance. And the intent, obviously, is that in most cases, there's just the basic intent to be able to reduce their margins by not complying with the law. And in doing so, I understand for a small business, 6 months is obviously very difficult, and it basically puts them out of business. The compassionate side of me, I understand the 23 days thing, and the 23 days to have no revenue is obviously devastating. Anything greater than 30, 60 to 90 is obviously greater. I'm willing to. I hate doing this. I hate when this gets done. I'm willing to support the motion, but the consequence that we've seen once again in my industry is literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in penalties. Not a suspension of your business. It's and it's payable to the Internal Revenue Service, and it's just like any penalty to the service. Not payment immediately results in additional penalties and additional fees. And I go back to, once again, that employers, small or otherwise, what happens is, my personal opinion, is that they're able to manage their margins by non-compliance and exploiting those individuals that are not properly licensed. So I do so in saying so not to sound condescending, not to deliver some sense of superiority, but in my opinion, that's basically what it is. When you circumvent outside the law, you're either exploiting your employees or you're utilizing that resource to be able to maintain the margins that you have. And that puts you in a non-competitive environment. That puts an individual, I don't want to say you, my apologies, that puts an individual at an unfair advantage to operate non-competitively because they're non-compliant. But with that, I would hope that there would be compliance from here on in, without a doubt. So, because if it were to come again, and it were come to appeal again, then I would not support that motion. So with that, I've said my piece. Thank you.
The other thing I think for us is that at some point, I think you're saying that in the past, we've required a license. We really haven't, enforcement has not been a priority, but a lot of people got to complaining and you decided to start enforcing. So it's kind of new to you, kind of new to the industry. But the cat's out of the bag now. They know we're gonna do it. So what that says to me is that we're gonna need to do it, and we're gonna have to do it consistently, because the public, even before we started enforcing it, I've been asked several times, you know, I called down to see if it's not just some jackleg out-of-town contractor kind of do something, particularly after hurricanes. You know, are they registered, or they got a license with the city? Which implies to the consumer that we've checked them out and yeah, they meet the requirements. So if we're gonna hold them to having a license, anybody, then one, we need to follow through with our enforcement and make sure they are in compliance with having those licenses, journeyman, master electrician, whatever those are, to do the work that we're requiring, and enforce it. And I agree. I think the first time this 20 days it's an attention getter, and we'll have records. Second time is not good, I would think. The third time might be you're out of business unless you move out of town. But because people have to have confidence in our records and people that are entrusting to do work at their house, that they're qualified to do it. And this has nothing to do with their qualification. There may be some people out there that haven't got the title journeyman or master electrician, but they got the knowledge. But the public's perception is that certificate means a whole lot. So we'll entertain, there is a motion on, Mr. Hernandez, you got something else? Is that a whole lot?
Yeah, no, it's one last thing here. If we are looking to redo the ordinance or have some aspect of it, maybe you have like some stair steps. First violation, 30-day suspension. Second violation, 6 months. Third strike, death penalty. I don't know, whatever that may be, you can actually have some aspect of it, so you can have some structure of enforcement, so it's not arbitrary by the board. Just something along those lines. Give them some guidance for that. And also, if we are going to do 20 days, I don't know if that's necessarily kind of standard. I don't know if we want to standardize it to where it's something that we can all follow and get behind. Thank you.
Okay, the motion right now is that, based on the recommendation of the Electrical Advisory Board, that we're amending their recommendation to a suspension of 20 days. Retroactive to the data, beginning with the data suspension through 20 days thereafter. Okay, and there's a second on that.
Yes, you seconded, Mayor.
All right, so is this a motion to amend or just a motion?
It's just a motion to modify the
All right.
board's decision in the way you stated, 20 days.
All right, so any public comment? Any public comment? In that 20-day period, have you been doing any electrical work in the city of Corpus Christi?
We haven't obtained any new permits.
That wasn't my question.
Sir, Mr. Oliva,
Come up to the
microphone,
front.
please.
I apologize, I'm not used
My
to
question wasn't whether you've obtained permits. My question was, have you done any electrical work? In the
We have
20
performed
days?
electrical work. We were allowed to continue whatever we had started because we have jobs in process, and so they didn't want to hurt the contractors. But we weren't able to obtain any new permits during the 20 days.
You confirm that?
Yes, the suspension only addressed their ability to pull new permits during that 20-day period. Because to do anything other than that, they were under contract to do work, and that would have hurt the contractors and everyone else who was already has a valid permit for work that they had contracted to do. So our interpretation was during the suspension period, we would not allow them to pull new permits during that time, but we would honor any permits that were previously issued to allow them to continue that work.
There was not
Well,
very
then
much
maybe-
work, so.
Then maybe if the punishment has to have some impact. And if I've got a whole bunch of jobs here for the next 60 days, a 20-day suspension to me is nothing. Other than I can't book jobs in the next 10 days for 4 months down the road. So I'm really not hurt.
Well,
So,
yeah,
do we need to make it a 30 or 45 day? I mean, I didn't realize that was a thing, because I thought you couldn't do, and they can still do, he can go to Robstown, Portland, Alice, any place else he wants to. He's not without his state license, I guess, or whatever the state
Correct.
has.
Yeah, this doesn't suspend their state license.
No, it has
only
nothing to do with
suspends
that.
their
It has
registration with this
the ability to
city,
do business in Corpus Christi.
which allows them to pull a permit within the city. But thinking through the scenario, if we were to suspend them from doing any work on active permits, that would have put projects in harm's way. Where contractors.
I understand,
and so-
and that would snowball the problem of negative impact on the community.
Yeah.
If you're working on a school and you delay them 30 days or 45 days, you've got a big problem.
Mayor, if I may, during that period of time, we were not aware that we would have a stay of the suspension when we filed the appeal. We were under the assumption that we were no longer going to have any business. So it's not like we were just telling our contractors, just give it a little bit of time while we file the appeal. It was, hey, I'm sorry, we can't. So we did pass on a lot of work. We slowed down substantially, and we did stick to outlying areas. We were finishing a few jobs that we had in town, but we were no longer pulling new permits. I know one of the home builders we deal with is MPM Homes, and we had a lot of work coming up with him, and he found new contractors to do many of his houses during that period of time because he couldn't wait for Lamplighter to figure out what's going on with their license. So we didn't know that it was going to result in a suspension or that there was going to be any period of time when that suspension would be temporarily stayed, which happened when we filed the appeal. So the 20 days wasn't just an arbitrary number that we thought. It was just, that's when we filed the appeal, and we were told the next day that because we filed an appeal, the suspension was stayed until this. And it did impact our business substantially in those 20 days.
Mr. Molina?
Mr. DeLauro, can you clarify, because maybe I misunderstood. The appellant is saying that, you're saying that you didn't pull any permits?
During when we, the day that the judgment was given, the following day, we were no longer allowed to have any permits pulled. So any job that we had not started, we were not able to pull permits for.
But then when you filed for the appeal,
they stayed the judgment, right? And we could apply for permits.
So did you pull permits after you?
After we filed for the appeal, yes.
Okay, you did
Correct.
pull permit. Okay, thank you.
So there really hadn't been any penalty. I don't know from the time you,
From November 22nd to December 10th, we declined to issue any new permits to Lamplighter Electric during that period
and
of
the
time.
Christmas holidays and all that, so there probably wasn't a lot going on. Huh? So,
Yes, that's where the 20 days came in. And then once they filed an appeal, legal recommended that we stay the suspension until the appeal was heard as part of the due process.
no. Okay, Mr. Molina?
How many open permits do you have right now?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
You have that much work?
I do not. I can look it up, but it would take me a little while. Probably 10, 20 open jobs.
Okay. So 10 to 20 open jobs right now
Correct.
that they're under contract and you're going to complete and collect on.
Correct.
What's the average length of time for a job, a residential project?
A residential project, from the time we start until the job is complete, it could be 4 or 5 months.
Okay. And then commercial?
Commercial, it depends on the size of the project. The School of Science and Technology was 7, 8 months.
7, 8 months, but you're collecting draws in between then?
At
Monthly
different
you
stages,
submit?
correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, there's no public comment in it. No public comment. All right, there's a motion here for 20. We've learned a lot, I think, and probably more than we wanted to. I know you probably don't like the fact that it was a 20-day suspension, but you got off scot-free, basically. But I can assure you the second round is not going to be as light.
I understand.
So that's just, I think, that's just what I sensed from the council here. We want to be fair, but we want people to play by the rules. All right, the motion and the second been approved. No more comment, no public comment allowed. This appealed. You want to call the roll?
Yes,
to
sir.
pass the motion for 20 days?
So for passage of motion 20, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Council members Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
No.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Barrera, Garza,
Aye.
Fajardo,
Aye.
Hernandez.
No.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, agenda, let's see.
I gotta go, Joe.
All right, advisory board. All right, item, yeah, we've done the executive session, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Agenda, oh, well, they are adjourned. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, do we have any future items?
Huh?
Any future items?
I don't know, does anybody have any future items?
I was going to ask, this a suggestion from Councilwoman Fajardo was for a workshop on housing or affordable housing. If we can get some aspect of that, I didn't.
More specifically would be the tax credit projects, not just affordable housing. But
I mean, I think we have lots of programs from community block grants to type A, type B funding to other sort of the tax credits. I think for us to have all be on the same page and have an understanding of it, whether a workshop or part of the council meeting or whatever it may be, I think.
well,
we need
and actually, Peter and I have been emailing on that, so I think he'd already gotten that down from the
I
last
wanted to
time I
mention it
mentioned
as something for future
workshop.
agenda items. Thank you.
Mr. Hunter?
Michael, can you turn on your microphone?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Oh, right.
Can you? Okay. I'd like to see that suggestion. I think it gives y'all a lot more opportunity to police it, you know?
Right, and a tiered system of trying to, so you give guidance to the board when they're handing out punishments, maybe even fines.
Maybe for the lighter incidences? I remember.
All right, the future's passing quickly.
Because, I don't know, I've gone through a lot of the licenses, like Everett was saying earlier, and if you had a penalty, basically you paid a pretty hefty fine and you're penalized for a short period of time, not a year, which could ruin your death penalty, like they said earlier.
We'll work on providing for both a probationary and a scheduled, I guess, punishment.
I'd just like to see it. I don't know if it would be the greatest thing, but thank you.
All right, anything else for the good of the organization? We're adjourned.